Okay. Hello, everybody. Just tuning in. We'll give everybody just a couple minutes to filter in. Meanwhile, I'll just get my presentations ready. Hope everyone is having a nice day wherever they are in the world. Please feel free to get active in the comments section of YouTube as well. We will answer any questions. Looking forward to the day of events ahead.
I say I'll come join you and chit chat for a little bit.
Hey, Johns, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Let's see how this stream goes, huh?
Yeah, new streaming software. So you never really know, right?
Oh, even if it was
It's not a
old ones,
bug;
we wouldn't
it's a
know.
feature.
It's a feature. Exactly. Oh, there you are. You see, I got cool backgrounds too. Oh, hey! Check this out.
Nice. I'm not sure if you recognize my background, Johns, but it is a part of the Bitcoin 3D asset library produced by
very
some of the
nice.
folks over at Peak Shift. Is my camera working, by the way? All I see is a...
Yeah, I see you.
Okay, cool. Because all I see of myself is just a spinning circle, so...
Hey, look what Lori could do now, right? JD Lux says, "Good day, everyone. You look good, Edna." Johns, thank you. What's going on? Thank you, JD Lux. Green thumbs up for you.
Damn, I want this background.
Wait, what?
Don't raise your hands too often.
Oh yeah. Okay. It's called Big
How are you
Pan.
doing, Jay? Good to have you with us.
Thank you, JJ. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. We have been doing a lot of work in the background on BOLT.FUN, trying to get this whole hackathon set up. We're almost professionals now. Right, Eddie? Almost professionals?
Almost.
Almost. All right.
Just about.
Well, I'm not sure. We have we're streaming to, so guys, we're streaming to both YouTube and Twitter now. So help us get the word out. And yeah, so we can get started on this. I'm gonna, hey, Latinodos is there, J Deluxe is there. Let's go.
All right, cool. Well, I guess as people filter in as well, over the course of the next half an hour, also the next few hours, I'm sure a lot of people who are going to be taking part are in Western time zones over in America as well. So it is obviously just gone midday in Europe, or in a few places in Europe. So thank you everyone for joining us, and for those who are tuning in early morning, we also really appreciate it. But we're looking forward to a really jam-packed day of events. But maybe without further ado, Johns, we can get to it. Maybe we can introduce a little bit about ourselves, about BOLT.FUN and Shock the Web. So I'm going to try and add this screen.
I'm going to leave you to it by yourself.
Okay.
You got this one.
All right, man. Cool. Let's catch you in a bit. Perfect. Hopefully everyone can see my screen and see me on screen as well. Cool. So welcome everyone. Shock the Web 2. This has been a long time coming. A lot of effort's been put into this one, and we're just really excited to get back. We had Shock the Web 1 back in the end of March. That was our first virtual Lightning Hackathon. It was a huge success, and it was great to see so much interest in this Lightning Hackathon. So many people interested in WebLN, LN URL, a lot of these tools for building Lightning web apps. So we thought, why not? Let's do another one. We're going to do a few of these this year. We're hoping this one was slightly better organized. New streaming software, but you never quite know. So we'll see how it goes. But we're always just learning along the way. So we appreciate any feedback as well from you guys. And out of everything, we hope you guys just have fun. Hope you engage with some of the content that we're providing, and just take some of the pressure off and enjoy Lightning. Enjoy building Lightning web apps. And we've got a lot of good stuff for you. So just as an overview, I'll be giving a little bit of an introduction to BOLT.FUN, what we're doing with the project, a little bit about makers, this term we use quite a lot, and why they're so important, as well as like the goal of these the Shock the Web Hackathon series. And then obviously going into some of the event details, taking a brief look at our schedule, some of our prizes, and then maybe at the end we can meet some of the judges as well, or at least I'll let you know who's going to be judging, and we can take a look at some of the judging criteria for the actual hacking part. So what is BOLT.FUN? So BOLT.FUN was sort of born, I would say, about 6 months ago, so still very, very early days in the project. But really what it is community space for makers, for people just to basically get hands-on experience learning about Lightning technology, and being able to onboard themselves into Lightning application design and development, and really just to have fun in a nice, open, collaborative environment. So our mission really with the project is to support the evolution of Bitcoin as the internet's native currency. By creating these Lightning web applications, we believe that the future of Lightning lives on the web, and so that's kind of our goal, and that's what we're here to achieve, and also to help you achieve as well along the way. We use this term makers a lot, so maybe worth digging into that as well. Who are they? What do they do? Well, really, it's kind of a bit of an open term. Anyone can be a maker, as long as you're sort of tinkering on the weekends, you're making cool things with Lightning, and you're just willing to sort of experiment and engage with some of the tools, the workshops that we provide, and really just looking to see what is potentially on the new frontier of Lightning and the web, because we are kind of at the bleeding edge of it. So we're here to have fun, and we're here to kind of encourage that in a nice environment. Why are they important? Probably worth touching on this as well, right? So we believe that they're really important to the evolution of Bitcoin, Lightning, and also its use cases. I kind of spoke about this, about the importance of the web, and what we believe about the direction of why Lightning on the web will be really important. But also just looking at trying to address issues or solve issues using Lightning on web, on both local and global levels. So these hackathons are going to be a really great opportunity for people to engage with some of this stuff and to try and come up with innovative solutions to issues that are happening either in their local neighborhoods, maybe their towns, or just across the world as well on the web. So it's a really open space. The other thing as well is, which we will be speaking a little bit about later today, we've got a panel discussion on it. There's this large interest and increasing interest in decentralized applications and Web3. And we kind of want to push that narrative beyond a sort of marketing slogan, and we really want to kind of address how Bitcoin can actually address some of the things, some of the issues with the Web 2, or the web as we know it, and how it could potentially build hopefully a little bit more of a trustless, decentralized environment for people to play with some of these applications, and also just to interact with payment systems, identity, data storage, whatever it is. There's also, interest in Web 5 now, so maybe we're a little bit behind, but we'll see how it goes. So yeah, I guess Web3 and Lightning, without having to convince you guys a little bit, there we've got some stats here for why we are so bullish on Lightning in general, as a sort of layer 2 scaling solution for peer-to-peer payments across the web, and how that could help facilitate a lot of these microtransactions. Cheap, instant microtransactions could facilitate a more decentralized Web3. So we've seen a huge increase between its inception in sort of beginning of 2018, all the way through till now. We've seen huge numbers of nodes increase, channels, as well as the capacity within those channels and the total network capacity as well. Even during this recent bear market, we've also just seen this continue to grow as well. So it seems like Lightning is here to stick, and it's making its impact. So I guess what is Shock the Web? We and also why do we have this emphasis on the web? Just to explain that one a little bit more. So yeah, there was this survey from Stack Overflow last year, and they listed JavaScript and HTML as the most commonly used languages by developers. So really there was this emphasis, their words, not ours, but for many people, programming is web programming. We want to make Bitcoin accessible. We want to make Bitcoin and Lightning programming, design, development really accessible to people. We want to get more people attracted into the space and create this like really collaborative, creative environment. But to do that, we kind of need to tackle some of the low-hanging fruit. So that is why we're really focused on the web. So Shock the Web, or this sort of series of hackathons, are these where they're free, they're online, and they happen each quarter, so every few months. And they're really just designed to give you guys or makers hands-on experience learning how to build Lightning-enabled web applications in this fun environment. So looking at Shock the Web 2, this event, we can just as a quick overview of what we're going to be doing and what you kind of expect from this event. So this first day today, Thursday the 16th, is going to be basically jam-packed with loads of discussions, workshops, and talks. At Shock the Web 1 back in March, we had, I think it was 3 days of this. And it was really, really great. We got so much content out of it, but it was quite a lot for people to sit through and to sort of continuously give us their attention. So we really wanted to like compact this down into one slightly more intense day to help everyone get a bit more excited and to get onboarded a little bit quicker. Obviously, we do also have those videos from the first one, so you can always go and check them out on our YouTube. After today, we're going to have 2.5 days of sort of straight hacking. So you can do this obviously with your team, or you can do it as an individual. And also we'll have a lot of help from mentors along the way. And it is worth mentioning, like, you can do this at your own pace. If you want to start hacking today or yesterday, like that's totally up to you. So there is nothing mandatory about this event. It is here to be a fun event for you, and it's here to benefit you guys. So take what you want from it. We just ask that you engage and have fun with it. So then on Sunday afternoon, I think it will be from 5 till 7 p.m. UTC. We're going to have an open sort of presentation ceremony. So the projects that you've been working on throughout the weekend, you'll get a chance to kind of pitch those to the community and to the judges as well, and hopefully get a shot at winning some really awesome Bitcoin prizes. And obviously having lots of fun along the way. So just a rundown of today's schedule, because this is probably the most packed one. Just giving you a bit of a heads up on what there is and what there is to look forward to. So straight after me, we've got Oluwasegun. He's going to come on and talk about opportunities that are awaiting Bitcoin developers, as well as maybe touching upon the sort of important aspect of why a lot of this education and these skills are really important, particularly in emerging economies, and why we sort of want to distribute a lot of this education and onboarding further than the sort of typical Bitcoin environment. Straight after him, we are going to be heading over to Twitter for a Twitter Spaces. This is going to be a panel discussion. John's he's gonna moderate it. It's going to be about Web3 on Lightning. I don't know, who knows, maybe Jack will come in and we'll start talking about Web5, but this one's going to be really fun, and really looking forward to it. And hopefully it will just help you guys maybe start thinking a little bit about what you want to work on. Maybe we can have a little bit of questions from the crowd as well for the judges. Oh, sorry, not for the judges, for the speakers. And we can sort of start just like stimulating and brainstorming some cool Lightning web apps and things that you can hack on. So that's going to be with Roy from Breeze, John Carvalho from Synonym, and Christoph Ono, who is the design wizard from the Bitcoin design community. Okay, and then after that, we're going to hop back over into here, so back over into YouTube for Anthony from Amboss. Anthony is a UI UX wizard. He is a really talented developer, designer, and he has been working on a couple of platforms, one of them being Amboss, which I'm sure you've all come across. They provide analytics of Lightning. I would really recommend going and checking out their platform. He also works as a developer at Thunder Hub as well. So he's going to be talking a little bit about sort of reimagining Lightning UX on web, and again, hopefully talking about maybe some of the issues that he's come across, some of the challenges he's faced along the way, and sharing some of that insight with you guys. Next up is going to be a double header from some of the WebLN folks. So Moritz Kaminsky and Rene Aaron, they're going to basically be giving an introduction to WebLN. They've also just co-authored a new WebLN guide. If you would like to check that out, I believe it is just webln.guide, but you will hear more about that a little bit later. And then I believe Rene has also very kindly come up with a Lightning app template, which will help a lot of makers basically kickstart their journey into Lightning development with this template, which will provide access to, I think, payments, QR codes, authentication, and potentially some other things as well. So that one's going to be a really, really good one. Will probably last about an hour and a quarter, hour and a half, and will probably be one of the sort of main workshops that will help you guys get onboarded with, particularly with WebLN, which is this very exciting technology. After that, we've got Super Testnet, who is one of the co-founders of Lightning Escrow. If any of you were at Bitcoin++, which was a conference hackathon in Austin last week or a couple of weeks ago, you probably would have heard him speak as well. But yeah, he's going to be speaking about escrowed Lightning payments using HODL invoices. So this is a particular type of Lightning invoice, which allows people to sort of interact in a slightly more contractual way. And there has actually already been some interest with some attackers on this one. Some people talking about potentially creating like eBay type commerce stores, or even using this in gaming as well. So this one will hopefully provide some goods for you guys, and it'd be really cool to see some innovation around building with these HODL invoices. And then to finish the day, we are blessed to have some of the folks at Lightning Labs. So we've got a couple of workshops from them. The first is going to be Evan Kaludis, who is one of the co-founders of Zeus Wallet. I'm not sure if you guys have checked out Zeus, but if you haven't, please go ahead and do that. It is a really, really awesome wallet, really beautiful design as well. And he's also a contributor to Lightning Labs as well. So they've been working on this LNC web package, and it's a very new product as well. So we're going to be hearing all about it and how it can help you guys start building your first Lightning web app and get connected straight away. And then to finish off the day is going to be Hannah, also from Lightning Labs, and she's going to be talking about LSATs. So these are these sort of Lightning tokens, which will enable you to interact with web applications in a slightly different way. For those of you who read Roy's recent article about Lightning on web, you might have come across this idea of LSATs. Well, this one is going to be a workshop on how to actually get started doing it. She has provided us with some details as well. So we will kind of release those about what you might need and what might be needed just basically to sort of take part in this workshop. But again, just come watch, soak it up, and hopefully all of these workshops will be really beneficial to you all. As I sort of mentioned earlier, the way that the hackathon is going to run from Friday till Saturday and most of Sunday as well is basically going to be, after today, we're kind of going to just leave you to hack. We will be here sitting in the background. We will be here to mentor, to help out. We've got a bunch of mentors in the Discord channel already. Some of the folks from Galoy, there'll be some of the folks from Lightning Labs. We've got some WebLN experts. We've got Boomy, Moritz, and Rene as well. And we've got lots of design help as well. So if you guys need help with anything, please just stick up your hand, notify us, say you've got a blocker, whatever it is. We are here to kind of help you on this journey as well. So don't feel like you are alone in this. We will have these organized Q&A sessions with mentors, and these will be taking place in our Discord. So on Friday and Saturday, it will be 2 till 4 p.m. UTC. And then I believe on Sunday, we'll have a pretty similar looking schedule, but it's actually going to be from 12 till 1. So obviously just respecting the weekend of the mentors a little bit, just having this one a little bit earlier. And then you might not be able to see it because my face might be in the way, but submissions close at 4 p.m. UTC. So you get back all day, but by the time it gets around to 4, we ask you to sort of submit your applications. Still going to figure out how we actually do the submission process, whether it's through a form or potentially through the maker site as well. Then from 5 till 7 p.m. UTC, we're going to be doing a final presentation ceremony. Again, this is your chance to sort of pitch your project to the community and to the judges, and to answer any questions that anyone might have for you. Not too long after that, we will then tally up all of the scores from the projects, and we will announce some exciting winners. Who's going to be judging? Well, we've got some really awesome folks judging this time round. Some of maybe some familiar faces from last time as well. We've got Ben Ark from LN Bits, Moritz, who we've already spoke about, from Albi. We've got Roy from Breeze, John from Synonym, Stephen DeLorme from the Bitcoin design community. We've got Connor from Spiral, Oleg from Folga Ventures, a really awesome VC firm focused on Bitcoin and Lightning. And then we've got Nifty Nye from Blockstream and from Base 58. So really, really glad to have all of these judges with us. It's a pretty awesome lineup, and hopefully we can impress them with some cool Lightning web app. Prizes on offer. We've got, I think, $2,600 worth of prizes. So there is really something worth gunning for with this, worth giving it the all. First place is going to be 1,600, so pretty big prize for that. Second place, 650, third, 250, and then we will have an award for best design, which is going to be $100. I think this is going to be a mixture of some of the judges the scoring from the judges, there is a design criteria. We'll sort of get to that in a second. But it's also going to be some of the folks at Peak Shift, which is actually the organization behind a lot of the efforts at BOLT.FUN and the Shock the Web hackathons. So we are a design studio, and so we will be hopefully giving a little bit of input for this award as well. So the judging criteria, just so you kind of know what to look out for, we will sort of split these into 6 kind of areas, and then you will be scored 1 to 5 points on each of these areas, so a total of 30 points. And then hopefully this will come up with some clear winners where we can just sort of rank everyone out in a table. So this is kind of going to be split into value propositions, so sort of looking at market fit, potential impact of the web app. Innovation, are you thinking a little bit more outside the box in terms of what it is that you're trying to come up with, or are you kind of just maybe reinventing an already existing business model or even an already existing Lightning app? So we encourage you to kind of think outside the box a little bit, to get creative and to push the boat out. Lightning integration. This isn't obviously as binary as yes or no. We are looking into how you've also integrated Lightning. Is it something which is sitting in the background? Does the user even know that they are using Lightning? How many different types of the technology have you actually integrated? Is it just WebLN? Have you also done LN URL? Is it authentication, payments, QR codes? So we're going to leave this one up to the judges a little bit, but worth bearing in mind. We've then got execution. So obviously encouraging you guys to focus on attention to detail and UI UX. We've then obviously got interface and experience design. So really trying to put the cherry on top and encourage you guys to think a little bit about design as well, giving some of these apps a bit of a cool factor as well. And then the final is kind of a je ne sais quoi, a bit of, I don't know, a bit of sexiness, coolness of the application. Try and wow the judges, try and show them that you've gone above and beyond to really show the effort that you've put into this application and the hackathon, as well as obviously having fun. Okay, so where to be throughout the hackathon. So basically all of the main events today are going to be, you can find it in YouTube Live. So this stream is going to be running all day, and you can basically tune in for all of the events. Apart from the Twitter Spaces, which is going to be, I think, in about just over half an hour. So for that one event, we'll be hopping over into Twitter. Obviously, please come and join us. We would love to see you there. And then all of the other stuff, sort of the day-to-day sort of communications, the mentor sessions, the hangouts, all of the social events, they are going to be happening inside of BOLT.FUN's Discord. So if you're not already in there, please do hop in. Introduce yourself to the other makers, say hi, tell them about yourself, your skills, maybe what you're working on, and yeah, just be social, be nice, and have fun with it. Yeah, there are some of the channels of what you can basically, where you can sort of talk to people. So we've got a lobby channel where you can kind of chit chat with everyone. You can sort of form teams if you haven't already in the team building channel. You can sort of discuss and brainstorm web apps and ideas. You can enter the Hacker Talk channel to learn from other makers and to help each other out. And then if you have questions for mentors, or if just from other makers in general, you can get that in the Get Help channel. So just put up your hand in there. Hopefully it's relatively straightforward, but once you enter, you'll see a Shock the Web category in the channels on the left-hand side, and they'll all be in there. Yeah, as I mentioned as well, like we wouldn't really be able to do this event without the help of Peak Shift, which is a Bitcoin-focused product design and research agency. They put on these events, and so without them, we wouldn't really be able to do this. So a big thanks to Johns and the rest of the team as well. There's always a lot of effort that goes into these events. So we hope you guys just enjoy it, have fun, and yeah, we look forward to a lot of the projects that come out of this, and always please feel free to get in touch. But that's going to be it from me. I'm going to stop waffling on now, right on time, 12:30. So maybe I'll invite Johns back in. How are you doing, Johns?
Yo, what's up, man? Yeah, that was really great. Yeah, we've had like a lot of support for these events. It's still rather small now, but you know what we're hoping to do is to like kick off this movement of you know, easy onboarding, easy onboarding for new developers in the space, new makers in the space, and also like create like this fun community where everyone's like learning from one another. The web component of it, like Ed said, it's like super important because it's kind of like this low friction point where you don't even need to set up a development environment or anything. You can literally just code in the browser, even using something like CodePen, or even no code tools like Wix or what Webflow and those kind of things. So this is just the beginning. We're going to continue doing this throughout the year, and we hope you guys like the concept, and hopefully it gets bigger and better. I also want to give a shout out to Oleg from Fulgur Ventures. They have been really, really supportive of the stuff that we've been doing. Obviously the team over at Galoy as well, who's going to be doing some mentorship with us. But with that being said, you know, we're thinking about like all these we're talking about all these opportunities and whatnot that are happening. So you know, we have this guy. His name is Ulu Washigan, and he's from Botany Cash. Really cool dude, running this Bitcoin P2P exchange in Nigeria. And another project he's co-founder on is Satoshi's Journal. And it's this kind of like new media house, which is giving a voice to plebs. And as I'm introducing him, you know, what's important to listen to in this talk is, you know, about the opportunities awaiting people in the space, new people who are coming into the space. We have a lot of them at these events, and yeah. With that being said, I'm gonna invite him up on stage now. Hey there, Oluwasegun. You there?
Absolutely.
All right, I think the camera's off right now, but you could choose not to. All right, perfect. All right, I'm gonna let you get going with it. Inspire these people. Tell us about the opportunities you're waiting.
Thank you very much, John. Today's like one of the happiest days of my life. I'm so happy to be here. I want to thank you all for coming. Shout out to the makers. But before I come to the makers, let me give a wonderful round of applause to the organizers of this wonderful event, this groundbreaking event. BOLT.FUN, all of you, and everybody. I mean, John and his entire team. You guys are awesome. And that was a wonderful opening talk by, what's his name again? Wonderful. Kudos to you guys. This actually aligns with my goal and vision. I'm sorry, it's raining heavily in Nigeria right now, and I hope you guys can hear me. This aligns with my goal and vision. Everything we represent at Satoshi's Journal, everything we represent at Botany Cash is about Bitcoin adoption, Bitcoin education, and of course, product building. You know, I'm from a third world country, in as much as I've been around 10 different countries all my life, including the US and like 10 cities in the US. I love New York so much. At the same time, I am Black. And I've faced racial discrimination all my life. I have faced profiling all my life. And for the first time in the history of my existence, I discovered one thing that has never racial profiled me, that has never ever discriminated against me, and that's Bitcoin, the only one true asset, currency, and payment network that I can ever truly own. So I'll just go straight without trying to, take no time. I have no presentation. I just have my words, and my words are my bond. And I'll tell you guys, right? First of all, as you can see behind me, Satoshi's Journal is a Bitcoin educational news platform. We cater to the plebs. We give voices to those who are perceived as maybe tiny sat holders. So whether you're a pleb, to us, you're a potential will. So if you have a story that is unadulterated, that is genuine, you can share it with us. We'll give you 25 sats just to incentivize your creative writing progress. It's going to be vetted by our team. Jeremy Garcia is our CEO, and I'm glad to be on that journey with all of our wonderful creative team. BOLT.FUN, spelled BOTMECASH, is also a P2P exchange in Nigeria. Although we are working on a few challenges right now, but I'm very, very glad that I have the opportunity to tap from the best here. And straight to it, there are 8 billion people on Earth, and about 1 billion of the 8 billion are in Africa. 206 million in Nigeria, the country where I'm from. Almost 20 plus million people in the city where I live, Lagos State. The payment network is completely trash. That's what I'm going to say. I have built for United Bank of Africa. We built that diaspora banking application. Fresh when I came back from New York Code and Design Academy, Manhattan, John Street. I remember in 2017 for one of the biggest banks in Africa, and I realized that the charges are crazy, 3, 4, 5% for cross-border remittances via Western Union, MoneyGram, and all of those things. I used to be a walk-in bank, and I just wanted to solve problems in the payment space. But then to get a license is very, very expensive. So shout out to Bitcoin, whereby you need no license, you need no authority, or authorization. You can build anything you want to be. You need probably like $4 million to get an international money transfer operator license in Nigeria. And guess what? That's like a $25 to $35 billion annual remittance space via the verified channels. Of course, there are about 15 plus million Nigerians in diaspora that are maybe documented and undocumented. So the money that comes back to Nigeria annually should be via documented and undocumented, via verifiable and unverifiable channels, should be about 50 to 60 billion dollars. But let's say 25 to 32 billion via the verified channels. And you know the verified channels are the centralized platforms. And directly, that's an opportunity for you makers. There's so many problems that you can solve. For example, I gave you the numbers basically so you can see how big the market is away from wherever you may be that is not Africa. And if you're in Africa or you're an African or you're Nigerian, kudos to you. You can build products for health, for the health sector. The health sector in Nigeria is and in Africa is quite shameful. It's kind of porous. People have very limited access to health services, and it's not like we don't have professional doctors and nurses and or physicians, but because of insecurity, because of bad transportation, lack of power, and et cetera, or minimum wage, financial capacity affects people and really don't let people get access to what they're supposed to get access to when it comes to health services. And of course, the government ain't really helping. So imagine you making product that can solve something wherever you are in the world, such that people can pick up their mobile phone and quickly they can reach out to a doctor and boom, boom, bam, maybe just like we're doing this presentation right now, and I can get a service from a physician, even if it is just a little bit of advice and talk right there. We'll have less depression, less suicide, and all of that, because some people just need a little bit of talk and they'll be fine for the rest of the day or for the rest of their life. That's one. The remittance sector is very, very big. If you are a maker and Bitcoin is money, you should design things around money. Obviously, things around payments. If Nigeria alone remits $25 to $32 billion back home annually, and it is being shared amongst the centralized platforms. I mean, the Swifts of this world, the Citibanks of this world, the Western Union, the MoneyGram, etc., and all other fintech centralized powered companies that have gotten all types of investments are the ones milking these opportunities. And what are you doing? You already have Lightning that makes things very easy and faster than Visa and MasterCard. Start to think about that, my brother. There are so many companies in Nigeria right now, and I must tell you, across Africa, because Nigeria is like number 2 when it comes to the adoption of Bitcoin all over the world. That really, these companies really need the services of developers, whether it is voluntary services, whether it is for humanitarian purposes, whether it is for direct businesses, and they will pay you well. As a matter of fact, there are companies that don't even have CTOs. For example, our company, BOLT.FUN, you would be surprised, we do not have a CTO yet. So I put this to you makers out there. Who wants to be our CTO? We have a clean slate of 100% equity on my table, and I'm looking for wonderful people to give something. You know, if you're wonderful, we'll pay you. At the same time, we credit you with some equity that will make you feel good and make you concentrate and have value from your talent. And there's so many companies in Nigeria and in Africa that are looking for those opportunities. What about bilateral transaction, bilateral trades, imports and exports? A friend of mine did about $40 million US worth of transaction in multiple cryptocurrency recently, but of course, Bitcoin on top of the food chain. I think Bitcoin took about $20 million out of it, and we were different parties that pulled the deal. You know, sometime last year, about 4 different OTC parties. OTC means over the counter, right? So there are big companies in Nigeria and multiple places in Africa, all over the world, that want to move money, but you know, the stress that the banks give them make them want to move that money through other stress-free payment rails, payment opportunities, and they are looking at Bitcoin now. And I'm not playing. This is very huge. Even though the central banks of multiple countries are stopping the on-ramping and off-ramping from the banks into the exchanges with their executive orders and all of that. Obviously, in Nigeria, where I am from, there is no law for or against Bitcoin, so Bitcoin businesses is thriving. But I tell you, people are doing over-the-counter and they're doing peer-to-peer transactions. So if you have a peer-to-peer technology, peer-to-peer infrastructure that can merge or can be accessed by creative developers over here too, or anywhere around Africa. Don't forget, there's 1 billion people in Africa. Nigeria alone, 206 million people. And whatever business you do here, it's like you have your beach, right? And you have sands that are your customers. And so you would really prosper. And I'm talking to the makers because I'm a businessman, and I would really like to discuss the business with you. My concern is you're investing your sweat equity, you're investing your skill capacity, you're investing your time, even your hard-earned money, with the hopes that one venture capital list and all of that can come your way. We have been running BOLT.FUN now for almost 2 years. I have been in Bitcoin for about 5 years myself, and even though I bought it at first in 2013, but I didn't know, I thought it was a scam. I sold it in 2015. I hopped back in 2016 when I was in New York. And what am I saying? There are opportunities for you at a very large scale, whether it is in agriculture, whether it is in the educational sector. Imagine young kids, because I train children about Bitcoin education in Nigeria. If you go to my Twitter page, you would see my pinned tweets. I educate children, and they call me Uncle Bitcoin. Their minds are so very open. They love to learn, right? They love to learn about money. I was unfortunate while I was growing up. I never learned about money. I learned about money the hard way. I don't have a financial background. I'm not a banker, but I'm building banking services. And now I own a bank. Yes, a bank of now and the future, without paying $2 million or $3 million to any government organization, although they are charging us about $1 million now in Nigeria for a virtual asset service provider. But we're trying to have that conversation with them. But I have a daughter, a 3-month-old plus daughter, who would like to learn about Bitcoin from her dad and from any brilliant person all over the world. So if you're a maker over there, I want to see the things you're doing for kids of the future. Because in the next 15, 20 years, many kids will ask us, did you spend paper money? Like calories, right? Like some of us don't believe that calories was spent. Did you truly spend paper money, daddy? And because they're going to be spending Bitcoin. Many of this crypto will fall off, right? So a child that is 3 months old today, by the time she's 15, 20 years, imagine what would have happened to Bitcoin adoption. Hyper Bitcoinization would have been probably 70% by then, especially in Africa, because of our inflation rate is 17% in Nigeria and way over that in multiple countries in Africa. So do something for the kids. You cannot imagine the number of user acquisition that can come your way. Wrapping this up real quick, so I won't take the time of other speakers. I would just like to say that whatever it is that you're making or building, make sure you have integrity. Integrity is very, very important in this space. If you would get the right opportunity, people would like to know that your product is secure. You don't want to hide things in your codes that will be funny. You don't want a situation whereby people will start having issues with transactions, like, oh, we're trying to transfer our Bitcoin off the exchange and it's not possible. I have practical experience because we have thousands of users, and I can tell you, the moment your technology starts to do all of those things, you know how Bitcoiners are, right? And not just Bitcoiners, individuals in general, like they're not going to be very happy with that type of experience. So you want a seamless customer service, right? Whatever products you're building, you need a great team. A tree cannot make a bush. Like one tooth can never make a set of teeth. So you need to have a great team. You need to have the sincerity of purpose behind whatever it is that you're doing and the willingness to succeed. I would tell you, you need security. Your anti-money laundering systems must be clear, must be put in place properly, because some jurisdiction may want to ask you about all of that. You should also be preparing for regulation. Bitcoin cannot be regulated, but as an exchange or whatever platform that you're going to be, whether custodial or non-custodial, because in as much as we all Bitcoiners preach, take your Bitcoin off the exchanges, you know that some people can't even keep their phone number in their head, not to now talk of keeping key informations and etc. etc. So I would advise you that whether you're building custodial services or non-custodial services or an API or an open source project, try as much as possible to ensure that whatever you are doing is open. Your transparency must be top notch. You must be as white as snow, even whiter than that. When you look up into the sky, you see no distortion, right? You see no hindrance. That's how your product should be. The moment you start to hide things in your product, you will not be different from Luna, even though you're building on Bitcoin and or Lightning. That's what I'm going to tell you. So it's very, very important that you remain truthful, you remain sincere. For makers, your numbers are very, very important. VCs will come. Forget about what they're doing in the larger fintech space. This our ecosystem, the Bitcoin ecosystem. VCs are everywhere. If you are truthful, you will find VCs, right? We haven't taken investment because I am quite comfortable. But then it's very, very necessary for you to add people to your journey. So we are also going to be adding people to our journey, people who will help us grow, people who will guide us to success, people who will give us the network, people who will connect us to the larger market with their own market experience. You cannot underestimate or undermine the quality or the power of the knowledge that is embedded in this Bitcoin ecosystem. Try as much as possible not to be toxic. Leave what they're doing in the larger crypto ecosystem. They're going to have a problem someday. It's going to go bust. You can see what is happening. Shout out to Corey of Swan Bitcoin. I love what he's doing. Putting the voice out for potential product that's going to have problem. And there's so many Bitcoiners over there that you can learn from. Do not discriminate. When you see a Bitcoin project, support them. Everything is not about money. If it were about money, Satoshi himself, Nakamoto, wouldn't have given us this wonderful, unique savior, I call it. They call it savior in terms of currency, assets, and whatever it is that we have right now. Of course, Nigeria has launched a digital currency called CBDC, right? E-Naira, but the adoption is very low. In as much as it is low, I'm sure they're going to enforce it on us, but people will experience the surveillance, they will experience all types of shady deals that the government have been doing in fiat already, and they will want to opt out. And when they're opting out, they will not opt out into where their fingers or their hands are going to get burnt. They will opt out from wherever they're getting burnt into the most available, the most preferred Bitcoin opportunities, product opportunities. So for makers, whether you're building for savings, whether you're building for farmers, whether you're building for shipment, whether you're building for e-commerce, anything that you're doing at all, look at the problem that you're solving. Make sure it is a real world problem. You don't want to go and solve problems in the sky that is not existing right now, right? Shout out Elon Musk and what he's doing. But you want to solve real world problems. As you can see, Africa is a very big market. I speak for the world as a Bitcoiner. Bitcoin knows no color, knows no boundary, doesn't need visa or passports. You don't need any licensing to get into the Bitcoin ecosystem. But you must understand what the market is saying, right? If you have the skill, try as much as possible to zoom out and look into the horizon and try to say, how big is this market? How big can I really go with my skill? 1 billion people in Africa, if you get 0.5% of that market, you're doing well. Have the mindset of partnership, have the mindset of relationship, speak very well, package your social media, whether it is LinkedIn, Twitter, Telegram, anywhere you have been found. Make sure you don't talk in an irresponsible way. Let people see you like a potential founder and or a maker of repute. It's very, very important. You can braid your hair, you can wear earrings, but you can wear chains, you can do whatever you want to do. But the words that come out of your mouth should be reputable, should be bankable, should be reliable, should be dependable. You are not your hair. You are not the color of your skin. You are the soul that lives within you. So whatever it is that you're doing must be creating an impact in the world. If you do not have an impactful project, if you do not have a project that will touch human lives, that will change governance, that will change, that will curb terrorism, yes, you can create product that can curb terrorism financing. You can, whatever product that you're creating around Bitcoin and Lightning, make sure that you have some empathy when you are laying down the value, the core values of that project. And that way you will remain a winner all the rest of your life. Do not really worry too much about the money first. Worry about the value that you are offering. Once it is good, once you have a case study or a product that is testable, that is valuable, it doesn't have to be the best. It doesn't have to be perfect. Bitcoiners have a positive way of thinking. They are forthright. They will help you grow. They are helping us grow. A lot of Bitcoiners are talking to us from different parts of the world, giving us their support, helping us to find possible ways to get by. And that's what you will continue to experience. And lastly, before I go, because we give 25,000 sats to wonderful articles that are from Bitcoiners, if you are a technical person, obviously I'm talking to all the makers here and to all of our wonderful listeners. Satoshi's Journal is a very new Bitcoin education platform. Shout out to the leaders in the industry, Bitcoin Magazine. We're trying to model around what they're doing and even better in our own way. We would give you, incentivize your technical write-ups, your experience, anything at all that is good, as long as it pass through our editorials, 25,000 sats. And you know, 1 sat matters in case we get to $1 parity. A sat matters a lot. And for the winners and or anybody who is going to be on the top 4 list, whether you're the winner, first runner up, second runner up, third runner up, or you're the person that's going to earn the $100 for your UI UX design eventually, I'll say this. I didn't consult my co-founder. I didn't consult anybody on our platform, but I want to say this with humility to all of my team. Permit me to just take this decision as the CEO and co-founder of the company. The top 4 winners who are getting prizes on Satoshi's Journal, I say to you right now that from the moment you are out, we would give you exclusive 1 year, no cost, at no charge, 1 year exposure to whatever it is that you're doing. Whether it is week in, week out, or bi-weekly or bi-monthly, as long as you're doing something credible, as long as you've not started shitcoining or you're not derailing, we would support you for 1 year. So the top 4 winners, the man who's going to go home with, or the woman or the team that will go home with 1,600, you have a platform for the next 1 year where you can put your story, your content, and anything that you're doing at 0 cost to you. Same thing to the last, or not the last, but not the least, the $100 price taker. And that's on the side. Then I also have some sats to actually give. I'm looking at it. I don't want to call too much bogus figures, but I'm looking at. But I want to actually give out something. But I would like to consult my partner, with the co-founder of Satoshi Journal, Jeremy Garcia, to see how much we can donate to up the value of the prize winners eventually. Why? Because I believe that makers should be rewarded.
I think we lost Olugashawan. We've been, I think he might be having some technical difficulties.
My phone, I was trying to throw it away. And so
okay.
I believe makers should be rewarded at a very higher scale than what it is right now. Shout out to the organizers. I want to use the opportunity to call on sponsors, call on anybody that loves the growth of Bitcoin in general. These are the people that will increase adoption. I educate kids because I want to increase adoption. Bitcoinization will not happen if we don't build the product. These products are the products that will change the way people interact with Bitcoin and money in general. So I'm looking forward to, before the end of the year, I already spoke to John before this meeting, maybe like 10,000, 15, 20,000. That will be so juicy for more people to get into this space. Because in the other fintech spaces, in the centralized space, you can see the type of money that they throw around over there. But because it is not about the money, I'm very happy that you all came, that you're giving your best. Some of you actually have Bitcoins, even more than the offer, but you just want to try your hand in competitive environments and see what you can learn, and friends you can make, the network you can actually create. So if you have a business, you want to showcase, Satoshi Journal is there for you to showcase that. And anybody that would like to sponsor this program, I recommend it. But I'll come back before the end of the entire hackathon. Maybe it might be announced by the organizers what myself and Jeremy Garcia, the CEO of Satoshi Journal, would be adding to the 2,600, so it can be splitted evenly across for all of the winners. And if you do not go home with a prize today, I just want you to know that the opportunities are there for you. It doesn't mean you will not be the one building the $1 billion product tomorrow. We are not competitors in this space at all. As long as you're doing Bitcoin, we are all one family, because I don't see us as against fiat monetary system. I see us that we are going to complement them. So it's either they play ball or they lose out. So thank you all for listening to me. If I have not said some things that you hope to hear, sorry, I didn't prepare a speech, neither did I prepare a presentation. It's coming off the top of my head because I just created this small space around my office, and just to have this conversation with you, I have to go back to work. But I'll be glad to join you all in spaces pretty soon. So shout out to the organizers. Satoshi Journal is your home. We would love to be a part of anything you're doing from now henceforth, because I told John, we also want to plan and execute an hackathon, and now we would organize these in partnership with BOLT.FUN. This is going to be the biggest thing in the next 2-3 years. I tell you, if you're not a part of this, you might be losing out. And people that participated now will be seen as legends in the next maybe 2-3 years. So thank you all. I salute. Shout out to Bitcoin. Shout out to Bitcoiners. I love you all. May God bless you. Keep creating, keep making. You will succeed.
Hey man, that was wonderful. A bunch of people are saying that they love the. I'm getting like private messages and DMs and stuff saying that they love your talk. So I think it did a job, getting to build hype there. I'm super excited now. I think I'm gonna go and hack on something. We had someone who wants to get in contact with you as well. Yeah, Tarun. I'm not sure. Yeah,
absolutely.
So he wants to get
it's
in
very
contact
easy
with
at
you.
Mr. Lami Lami Coach. Okay, so my Twitter handle. I don't want to click anything on my screen again, so I don't. But my Twitter handle, John, please, can you post my Twitter handle in the nest or anywhere so everybody can have it? You can DM me, and you can seek for an exclusive a video meeting with me anytime, any day. It's about it's about 2 p.m. 2 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria right now, but I'm a night owl. I am always available, right? So anytime you want to have a conversation, feel free. I will be there to have a conversation with you. If you have anything you want to showcase, for now, we are not charging. We're charging $0, right? If you have anything you want to showcase at all, because of BOLT.FUN, anything at all, whether you're a listener, as long as you are doing Bitcoin and you are verifiable, we will not trust you, we will verify, right? We would give you a platform for expression on Satoshi's journal, right? And everything that I say here, you can take it to a bank. Contact me, DM me on Twitter. I'll give you my phone number if it's worth it. I'll take a meeting with you anytime, and let's see where we can get to. Anybody, anywhere you are in the world, we are one family as long as you are Bitcoining.
Exactly. Now we're gonna have to hop over to Twitter Spaces now. We're gonna have our panel starting soon. So anyone who's on Twitter Spaces, on Twitter, please jump into Twitter Spaces this live. This stream will continue to keep going on, but and then after the Twitter Spaces, we're gonna resume the rest of the program here on YouTube. But there was one question: what's the best way for someone who's not technical to contribute?
Oh, I can take that.
Yeah, go on.
It's very easy. So, you know, we have few coders, right? Obviously, this is why BOLT.FUN are doing this, because they want to encourage as many coders as possible to get into the space. But if you're not a coder, you can write technical articles. Aha, the man will give the flyest opening speech. You know, you can write wonderful articles. You can write technical articles without being a technical person. Just take meetings with technical people. Go into spaces, learn from technical people, check their tweets, check the comments under the tweets, ask them questions, DM them, create an article, send it over to us. Once the editor feels is a go, in less than 48 hours, you have 25,000 sats. When we publish, or we publish and we send you 25,000 sats, it's easy. We don't plan to stop tomorrow. We don't plan to stop next year. Why are we doing this? It's not like we are $1 million company. It's not like I'm a billionaire or I'm a whale, but I know the burden of anybody who is creating content, right? Creating content is giving your intellectual time, your intellectual capacity. It comes from the head, and sometimes for just a 500-word article, it might take you 3 weeks to put that together. And some people can put that together in 30 minutes. But whatever it is that you can do, as long as it is Bitcoin and it has value, reach out to us. Just go to www.satoshisjournal.com. Satoshis with the S, SATOSHIS, journal.com, and find the contributors or the writers form, fill it quickly. Somebody will get back to you. Whatever it is that you can do, as long as it is forthright. Anything that has to do with scam, please don't communicate with me. People send a lot of DMs with me and try to tell me, twist me into different things. I'm not going to respond to you, right? I'll most likely block you. But if it is wonderful, we will take it. Whether you are white, black, brown, anyone, whoever you are, especially the plebs, voice for the voiceless. That's who we are. I mean, we don't
Pleb
mind
life,
if
let's go.
and you want to contribute, but wherever you are, you want to contribute, reach out to Satoshi Journal, reach out to me. I'll make sure our editors, our news lead, they get back to you. If you want an exclusive interview, we have reporters, we have presenters who would reach out to you if what you're doing has value. And voila, you would be on our platform just like that.
Thank you so much, Oluwasegun. Yeah, okay, so now we're ready to switch over to Twitter. We're gonna see you over there. Like I said, the stream's gonna continue staying live here. And also, if you also want to know how to contribute as a designer or just someone who knows no code stuff for during the hackathon, you could check up the 20uno.net website, and there's like some widgets there that you can use inside of your no code project for during this hackathon. All right, we will see you guys later on the Twitter.
Okay. Hey everybody, and welcome back to our YouTube stream for Shock the Web. Jones, man, it's really funny. Every time I see you raise your hand or something like that, you've just got this huge sticky finger. So it just looks like you're wanting to ask a question or something. Cool. So in a couple of minutes, we've got Anthony from Amboss coming to give a talk about reimagining Lightning UX on the web. I'm going to invite him up on stage now. Hey, Anthony, can you hear me?
Hey, I hear you. You hear me? My internet is lagging a little bit. Sorry for that.
That's all good. That's all good. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. How's it going?
Nice. All good. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, of course. No, thank you so much for being here. I guess just as a quick intro, please obviously give an intro about yourself when you start your talk. But for those who are wondering, Anthony is a front-end design developer whiz over at Amboss. Sorry, the second one slipped my head. It's not HubSpot, is it? No,
Thunderhub.
What am I talking about? Thunderhub. Yeah, there we go. I knew I had hub in it. I was like, Pornhub? No, definitely not Pornhub. Yeah, cool. Thank you so much for being with us. Yeah, really looking forward to this talk. And I think the last time we saw you was in Istanbul at the Lightning Hack Day, the former Lightning Hack Day. So yeah, it's good to see you. And,
yeah.
Really looking forward to hearing all about it.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds good. I do believe it was in Istanbul. Hack days were also really cool.
Yeah. I think it was probably somewhere, I can't remember the name of the street, but there were like 20 Bitcoiners crammed around one of the smallest tables ever with like quite a few pitchers of beer. So it was a fun time.
Yeah. It was like 20 Bitcoiners that occupied a very small restaurant, like a street restaurant. And they were just like bringing more chairs and tables and everything just to accommodate the more Bitcoiners that were arriving. Yeah, fun time.
Yeah, I wish I could remember the name of the bar. We could have given them a shout out, but cool. So there are some more people joining now. We'll just push it out on Twitter again. But I'm sure people will kind of start to filter in over the course of the next 5-10 minutes or something. So if you wanna get started, I can push your screen to sharing, and then I will step down and just give you the stage if that's good with you.
Awesome. Yeah, works for me. Cool. So hey guys. Small intro from my side. I started my Lightning journey building out Thunderhub, the Lightning node management software specifically focused towards connecting with L&D. The idea for this project was to get to know the API as a whole, see all the different endpoints, all the ways that you can interact with your node coming from a web application. And this sort of evolved into currently the startup that I co-founded, that is Amboss, in which we are building out different infrastructure tools for you to better interact with the Lightning Network, to see your node on the graph, to see how it's interacting with others. My background is in mechanical engineering. Never actually worked as a mechanical engineer. As soon as I graduated, went straight into development, specifically web development, and eventually started down the path of Lightning development. And yeah, that was some over like 2-3 years ago. So it's been quite a ride. And now I want to give you guys a talk about reimagining Lightning UX on the web. So how does Lightning, one sec, does this change? Okay, so how does Lightning improve UX on the web? And for this, we all know that Lightning or Bitcoin is permissionless, borderless, programmatic money, right? And this makes it perfectly built to be the internet's native currency. So from the creation of Lightning, we've seen a lot of services pop up, a lot of different applications pop up that have been growing in size for the past years. We have, for example, a lot of value for value applications. We have Breeze, which was, I believe, the first ones that came up with the idea of podcasting 2.0, in which you can receive content, and as you receive it, you're sort of streaming sats as well. So it's very much for the value that you receive, you're instantly giving value back. And this is allowed thanks to these capabilities of Lightning, of being able to send fractions of a penny even instantly across the world without asking permission from anybody. We have some other apps. For example, Fountain is another podcasting app. And we also have, for example, for writing articles, or a Reddit styled board that is Hacker News, for example, where you can post, ask questions, tell a story, and get feedback from it, either in terms of people like boosting, giving you some sats because of the good content, or even to be able to read the content, you can have like a small fee that needs to be paid for it to be accessible, right? We have some other tools, for example, LN Markets. LN Markets is very well integrated into Lightning. It allows you to deposit, withdraw very fast using the Lightning Network. And what this allows you is, for example, to not have to store your funds on the platform. It reduces your counterparty risk. If you want to open a small position, even for a few cents, you can do it very quickly without having to have let's say like a higher value stored on LN Markets. So LN Markets is another very cool platform. And then of course we have BTC Pay, which I am sure a lot of you guys know about. That is like a payment processor where sellers can open up their own BTC Pay instance and start receiving Bitcoin either on chain or on Lightning for products, services, whatever they want to sell online, right? So all of these different apps were possible because of Lightning. So this was already a huge improvement in UX. It gives you like that like instant feedback. You receive something and you're able to pay it back instantly without having to first have like a centralized entity that is telling you, okay, at the end of the month, we'll pay you out for the value that your consumers gave to you. But you get it second by second, which is already huge improvement over previous experiences. So one specific part that I would want to focus on is the online identity. So how does an online identity work right now? You go to a website where you want to either buy a product from them or use a service or receive some value from them, right? You give them an email and a password and they open up an account for you. This happens with the next website. You give them an email and a password and you open an account with them. And this basically happens with every single website that you go to. Problem is that a lot of people use the same email, right? So let's say, for example, in this case, we're using Gmail. We use Gmail to open up all of these accounts, and it stays connected to that email that we're using, right? So in this situation, sort of Gmail is like the owner of your account, because even if you think about it, even the password, if you ask for like a password reset, you're getting an email to that same account asking you like, click this link to be able to reset your password, right? So Gmail sort of turns into the owner of all of these accounts that you have spread out across the web. And it's not only about them having this account, but they know all of the accounts that you have. So they can create some relationship between them, like, oh, you have an account on Amazon and on Netflix. So they can like push different types of advertising and get you to maybe influence your opinions or your thoughts on how to interact with the web, right? So they have this overall view of all of the services that you are using and basically what you do when you're online, right? So how does Lightning fit into this? If we look at Lightning, what is the Lightning Network? There is currently over 16,000 nodes, and each of these nodes has a unique public key. And that public key is also coming from a unique seed. So every single one of these nodes that is interacting on the Lightning Network has a unique identifier that singles them out from everybody else, right? This would be like the Lightning identity that everybody has when they are interacting on the Lightning Network. So how can we take this Lightning identity to be an online identity? How do we form this connection between the two of them? Is it even possible, right? So first example would be LN-URL auth. It's very simple protocol. I put the link where the specifications are at the bottom of this slide. But it all starts off with the seed. And the seed would be what is used to derive your public key, right? So it's behind that unique identifier that everybody can see. So from this seed, you go to a website. So let's say you go to LN Markets, right? LN Markets generates a random string that you then combine with this seed to come up with a specific identifier that is just tied to the LN Markets website, right? So this ID that you created is that account for that website. And the cool thing is that every single website that you go to can give you a string, you combine it with your seed, and now you have an account on that website as well. So the very nice part is that this is all based on the seed that you have. So you are in complete control over the accounts that you have on all of these services. As long as you have your seed, you have all of these accounts, right? And another huge benefit of this is that every single one of these websites is independent from each other. So the ID that you generate for each of them is completely separate and has no relationship with the other websites that you're using, meaning that you can't find a link between all of the websites that you're using. You're sort of a new account on each single one of these platforms or of these services that you're using. So huge advantage here. Now, there are already some products or some websites that use this LN-URL auth. For example, Koinos is a web wallet. You can create an account. It's almost like an anonymous account because it's just using this ID that is generated based on your seed. And you can create an account there, send, receive Bitcoin. I think they have even liquid functionality, Bitcoin, Lightning, liquid. Then there's LN Markets, which I mentioned at the very beginning. That is like a futures trading platform that is very tightly integrated with Lightning. And they have a lot of LN-URL functionality, not only auth, but some other, another part of the protocols like withdrawing and depositing, which makes it very easy to also put funds or remove them from the platform. And one of these is, of course, LN-URL auth, where you can, using your seed, using your public key, you generate a new account on LN Markets, not tied to any email, not tied to any identifying information, right? And LNshort.it, that is like a redirection website. It's another one that you can create an account using LN-URL auth, right? So LN-URL auth, very cool. You can create accounts on different websites using unique identifiers for each of them. But for the website, it's sort of an anonymous account, right? So they don't know who is the person that is accessing or using their services. So there is another way to identify yourself using your node, and that is where signatures come into play. So signatures is based on the same idea that it's all coming from your seed. That is what gives you a public key on the Lightning Network, right? The difference here is that you grab this seed, you have a random string from a website, and you create a signature between these two. So using your seed, you sign this random string that is coming from a website, and you get end result like a signature, right? So this signing method, this is already included in Lightning implementation. So it's not that you have to create the algorithm or the method to like use the seed to sign. It's in the main Lightning implementations, it's already a method that you just put what's the string you want to sign, and behind the scenes, it will grab your key, create the signature, and give it back to you, right? So what is very cool about this is that this signature includes your public key. So when a service or a platform receives this public key, they can see, okay, who gave me this? It was this public key, and here's the signature to confirm it, right? And which gives the platform, it can attach who is using their service to this public key. So one example would be, if you guys have ever logged into Amboss, it will ask you just for a signature. So it gives you a message, tells you, can you please sign this message with your node and put the signature in here. And what is happening behind the scenes is that we grab that signature and we get the public key from it. And that is how you're able to log in and have like your profile already created with you, with your public key, which is your node, where are your channels. It has everything already set up, right? Without you needing to specifically tell us which is your pub key, because it's all in the same string that you're giving to us. So the public key, like the reason why this is interesting is because the public key has a lot of information attached to it, right? It has a lot of public information. For example, what's your capacity? That is something you can see on Amboss as well. You go to your node page, you can see what's the capacity, what age are your channels, when was your oldest channel opened, when is the youngest channel, who are your peers, if you've joined different communities, if you're part of different groups, different Telegram groups. You can see a full historical historical data on your node, like how fast have you grown, or have you been closing a lot of channels, how many closed channels do you have, or even what are the fees that you are charging on all of these channels, right? This is all public information, so you can get all of this from the graph. And then there is other parts of it, for example, communities that you can get using the Amboss API. So using all of this information, you sort of create a reputation for that node, right? When you go to a node page, you can see, oh, like this node, the oldest channel they have opened was over 2 years ago, right? That gives you a certain reputation over a node that could maybe have their oldest channel a week ago, right? And this is reputation that is very hard to achieve. So it's not easy to create a node, start opening channels, putting capacity into it. It even has a cost of like opening channels. So if you want to open channels to different people, you're going to have to pay that opening on-chain transaction. So it's not easy. Growing to this reputation, it takes time, it takes money, and it's effort that has to be involved, right? So what can this do for you? So for example, scammer protection. Like we've all seen the huge scamming problem that happens on Twitter, on Telegram, on basically any social media where you can create an account using an email. Creating an email address is extremely simple. It takes you max 5 minutes to create an email account. And that is, in a lot of these platforms, what is needed for you to have a brand new account there. And what has happened is what we see, for example, happening on Twitter, that you post anything and you have 50 scammers posting different links and everything in like subtweets, right? And this is based off that it's so easy to create an account. So imagine a situation in which to create an account, you have to have some type of reputation on the Lightning Network. It's going to be very hard for scammers to open up hundreds, thousands, millions of accounts, because they would have to spend money, time, and a lot of effort to be able to do this, right? And then another very cool thing is that you imagine a situation in which you're able to access certain services based on this reputation. So for example, you can have, or one example that is closer to Amboss is, once you're logged into Amboss, it means that you have proven that you have ownership over that node. You are able to grab a message, sign it with your private key, and provide it to the platform, right? As soon as you're logged in, you're able to sync your Telegram. And when you sync your Telegram, you can join a private group on Telegram. That the only way to enter is by providing that signature on Amboss. what this has caused is that we have a group, I think it's over 100 people right now, in which we haven't had a single instance of somebody scamming. Because for somebody to actually have gotten into that group, they needed to create a node, start opening channels, connecting with others, and then get the possibility to open the account on Amboss and proceed to join our Telegram group, right? So this is a very specific use case of how this public key can give you access to certain services. Now, we can, like, this can be attached to a whole range of different products. For example, imagine you want to get a loan, for example. I don't know if this service exists nowadays, but it could be in the future that if you want to get a loan, you have to prove that you have some type of capacity on the Lightning Network, right? You have a certain amount of channels. You're involved in certain communities, or even more community-focused services. For example, if you want access to a certain event, and you can only go to that event if you are in the PlebNet community on Amboss, right? So this is all information that is attached to this public key, which makes it very cool to have like this signature method. Of course, there are pros and cons of using the LN URL auth compared to just a normal signature, and it has different use cases for each one of it, right? So this is a good way in how we take that Lightning identity and we move it into an online identity to unblock additional services, additional websites, purchase stuff from people, giving a higher UX to you and to other users that are using the platform, right? So yeah, so that is my talk. I leave here some contact details for you guys, and I don't know if we have questions or how this works.
Yo, Anthony, big up. Thank you so much for this.
How's it going?
It's good. It's good. You know, if it looks better, it works better. That's a reference to one panel that me and Anthony were on last year at Adopting Bitcoin. Anthony, this was like really fantastic. I think that was like, as Christoph mentioned on our the Twitter Spaces, the panel that we had just a while ago. You know, it was a big question for people in the last hackathon, so I'm really happy that you've tackled it here. I'm not sure, Ed, is there any questions up here?
Yeah, I think I see one that has just come through. It's actually been in two parts, so I'll just do the first part. The Art of Thomas says, could you create badges that people earn and keep them in their wallets? And then the second part is to show their reputation. hopefully you got that.
And Amboss NFTs?
Well,
yeah.
So there is one thing that we really like to apply in Amboss is trying to gamify a bit the experience of using Lightning. So we have thought about, for example, creating an achievements dashboard that could be like a good path for a person that has just joined the Lightning Network to take him like across different steps or different new learnings that he can do to like grow into that big, massive routing node that everybody wants to get to, right? So we can have like these different types of achievements, like open your first channel and you get a little badge, or get up to this capacity and you get a little badge. So it's really a lot about how we're able to gamify the experience, and along the way also help users to like learn different things that they can do to interact with Lightning and just enjoy their time much more with having their nodes.
Yeah, this is actually something we've been also thinking a little bit about with BOLT.FUN. I think my headphones maybe just died. So can you guys hear me okay?
Yep. Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, we can.
We hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is a really cool idea. I also like the thing you actually kind of was just saying as well about like, oh, if you wanted to get a loan in the future, I mean, obviously, if you want to get a loan with in traditional financial systems at the moment, you obviously have to potentially prove a certain level of income, or you have to be able to prove your credit rating or something like that. And actually, the idea of creating that type of reputation by publicly displaying like maybe the amount of channels you have, the channel capacity, the amount of payments you're making, these types of things. And I found that really fascinating. I mean, in your opinion, I think there are kind of two sides I sometimes find to a lot of this work is like, I guess maybe to start with like the more private side of things. You know, there was even, I think, a project which came out of the Bitcoin++ hackathon last week that was trying to find ways to like obfuscate a lot of this information, right? To like actively like not make it public, or at least to kind of hide it in a crowd is probably a better way of putting it. So I think it's really cool to see Amboss also exploring like the other side of it as well. Like, what has your experience and like the Amboss's team experience been with that? Has it been like a very positive reception?
So our way of thinking of data at Amboss is that we get user provided information, right? We're not like scraping IPs from people and trying to make connections. That is not the way we want to go about getting this information. And most of the information that we have on Amboss is completely public, that anybody can connect to the Lightning Network and start getting gossip from it and start building their own database. It's all provided through the different nodes, through the gossip layer on Lightning. You can see like open channels, closed channels, fees, the node participants. So it really comes down to what users want to provide to us. If we go to the example of, for example, getting a bank loan, some point in the future, some company could offer that, then of course it's up to the user to be able to prove that he can get that loan, right? So it's completely up to him if he wants to give the information or not, and use the service or not from what he's being provided.
I got a question. I saw somewhere that you know, that Amboss is a kind of like a social network, right? And the verification, and what I'm assuming by that is like, you know, you have these user accounts, and you know, you have this you have this Lightning authentication and stuff like that using these signatures, or yeah, and then you also have these like ways to verify that you own something, right? Using the thing. So that gets quite interesting. But you know, what do you think about like the portability of the data? We've been on the last panel we were discussing also that, you know, like what does it mean for like Web3? And I mentioned that like data portability for me is a big one, and the ownership of the data. Now, fair enough, you own the nodes, but like, are you guys doing anything or thinking around like that about like the data portability and like hooking into other systems like that?
Yeah, so a very cool thing about Amboss is that even though the front end isn't open source, you can't run it on your own devices, the API is completely open. So every single thing that you are seeing on amboss.space is available on the API. The exact same endpoints. If you want to get channels, if you want to get node information, if you want to get even communities, it's all there. So it's really just a matter of you accessing our API and getting the information you need. There's nothing closed. Whatever you see on Amboss Space is available on the API.
Have you guys been seeing any cool stuff being built on the API yet? Or like, I think it was released more recently, right?
So API has been available since Amboss Space started.
Okay.
The thing is that we have been improving the documentation, which you can't really have a functioning API for others if you don't have the documentation of how to use it, right? So we've been working slowly on the documentation, latest thing that we added into the docs are the full user flow for Magma, which is our liquidity marketplace, which has been highly requested by users to be able to automate this like channel buying and closing. This is fully documented. And as an example of something cool that was built, I believe it was last week at the BTC Hackathon, that a team built around our API a way for miners to be able to grab the coins that they just mined, put them as an offer on Magma, and start selling that liquidity on Lightning. Now, so there have been different services popping up that use our API. There's also some node visualizers that it makes like it puts you as like the sun, and then your peers are like little planets, and this is also all based off the API.
That's really cool. Perhaps you could drop some of those links for the new API docs, because you're right. You know, if you don't have docs, then then you have to like try to figure out what those calls the front end are making. So yeah, maybe you could drop those links in the Discord community and stuff like that. So maybe someone decides they want to build something on Amboss. I think that would be really cool, especially with the data set that you have as well. Do you also get like graph data in that API request?
Everything. So if you get like everything that you see on your node page, if you go and see your node, you're going to see channels. You're going to see even all the previous historically closed channels. You're going to see fee rates. All of this is available on the API. Everything. So I think it's very interesting to be able to provide this in a way that you don't have to run your own node, which was a lot of the cases what you had to do before, right? If you wanted to know the channels that there were, the nodes, you would have to start up your node and connect with some peers and like start doing some queries there. And now it's all available on the API without you having to do any Lightning infrastructure setup or anything.
And I guess what's also interesting is that, you know, if you trust Amboss as a verification kind of like system, like you trust that the information is verified, then you can start to do some other things on your own platform. Man, I'm really hoping to see when like more of these little pieces of specs and API and stuff like that we're trying to promote on these hackathons, when they start like connecting to one another, you know?
Yeah, like having like a Lightning login widget on different websites.
Well, I'm thinking more like for example, Amboss is yes, Lightning login widget. That makes a lot of sense. I think Ed's been working on some stuff like that as well. No, but like for example, you log in with Amboss, and then or like you connect your Amboss account to your BOLT.FUN account or your Stacker News account, and then it pulls some other information there, and it helps you build a reputation in that. You know what I mean? Like like you're stacking these APIs up together and providing new functionalities and stuff. I'm really excited till we get to that point. But you know, like the community and the folks that are coming on these hackathons, it's a lot to parse through, you know. So I really appreciate you going so in depth into the you know, this concept of verification and authentication using those keys. There is another question out there from the Art of Thomas, who's just like on fire today. What's the hardest obstacle for Lightning adoption at the moment? I guess that's more of a general question, but maybe you can put it into context of like, you know, maybe users who, people want to use your application, but they don't have a node running. Do you guys know anything about that?
Yeah, so that is a tricky part with Amboss, because to be able to sign that message, you do have to have your own node, right? So we're sort of limited to our user base that is logging into Amboss is sort of limited to the nodes that are on the network, right? Of course, this comes down to like doing like partnerships with different node providers. For example, we talk a lot with Voltage. They're like one-click set up your node type of infrastructure, which makes it extremely easy. I think they even are the ones that provide a lot of the testing nodes for the different hackathons. So really a lot is about interacting with all of these node infrastructure providers and figuring out how to have them be like the top of the funnel to get people into Lightning, get them set up with a node so that they can start having the full experience with like seeing all of your statistics, joining communities, talking with other folks on different Telegram groups, and getting like full experience.
I guess we're back at education here, right? So it's like, hey, you want to create an account? How about setting up a node for us? And here's these options and stuff like that. That's another widget. That's another cool widget, perhaps.
No,
yeah,
I think there is. Of course, I think like at the beginning, there's always going to be people are going to find something complicated to do, even if it's a nicer experience. For example, I remember when we put up Amboss Space and we created this sign a message to be able to log into your account. The amount of questions that we would be getting in our Telegram groups or on Twitter about what is a signature? How does that even work? Where am I signing this from? And we suddenly started seeing that we stopped getting these questions because it's so intuitive. Like put it here and send back to us whatever was created by your node. And we even saw a lot of other platforms start adopting this signature method in which, like, I give you a string, sign it for me, and you have your full account set up. We know your pub key. You can start using our services. So there is this initial hard part for users. But as soon as they see like how easy and intuitive it is, it sort of becomes like second nature to just on how to do it.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Really appreciate it. I think we're going to be transitioning to the next speaker now, who is Moritz, and he's going to be giving us some introductions to WebLN. So continuing off from where you left there. Thank you so much again, Anthony. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you so much, guys, for the invite here, and best of luck for the rest of the hackathon.
So.
Thanks, soon. Catch you soon. Okay, that was pretty awesome. Hopefully some cool ideas for people to get thinking about Lightning UX over the web. Definitely a couple more ideas, and he definitely touched upon a couple of things that we've been maybe working on in the background. So yeah, great minds think alike.
Well,
yeah,
I think all these things are going to kind of like converge. Like we're at the point in time where like you might be working on something that may seem kind of like similar, but like one of our speakers, Olagashi, once said, it's like, you know, there's no competition. We're literally starting from scratch, like a whole ecosystem here. But without further ado, let's add up Mr. Moritz. Hey, Moritz, how's it going?
Hi, Chance. Hi, Ed.
Yeah. Are you having fun, man?
Definitely. Was a good start into this day. Enjoyed the session so far.
Thank you, thank you. Well, thank the speakers. I'm just trying to keep fires out. All right, Moritz, we're gonna let you have the stage now. Take care.
Cool.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Ciao, ciao.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Welcome to this session. I'm Moritz, core contributor at Albi, and we believe that every person has the right to participate fully in a global online economy, and also that we have an obligation to empower people to exercise this right for easier and more affordable transactions. And that's why at Albi we are making payments seamless, smarter, and more accessible for everyone. And we do that by building an open and interoperable or building on open and interoperable standards such as Bitcoin and WebLN. And that's what I want to talk about in this short session right now. So now I guess if you're looking to offer your users or customers a safe way, an easy way to pay online, it is important that you have a basic understanding how online payments work today. Since all payment processors aren't created equal, it's rather important to know the ins and outs of how an online payment actually functions from start to finish, so that you can avoid any pitfalls and make the most effective choice to build your project. And the main players usually in online payment are you as a merchant, as a website operator, or app developer, and your user or customer. And to accept credit cards today from customers, you need a couple of things, such as an internet merchant account and a payment gateway. On top of that, you can also choose to include an alternative payment methods like PayPal or Bitcoin, as we talked about later, to service your customers who, for example, shy away from using credit cards. And once those pieces are in place, this is what happens actually next. So a customer makes a purchase from your website by submitting their payment information. And that information then is sent to the payment gateway, and the gateway encrypts the payment information and shuttles it to a series of approved payment processors and networks for authorization, where the payment is then either accepted or declined. And that decision then shoots back to your customer, so that all these activities take place in a few seconds. But it actually doesn't mean that you, as a website operator or merchant, you already have the money then on your account in that same time. So the final step happens then after the gateway sends the transaction to the payment processors, and the money then is transferred from the customer's bank into your account. But this can actually happen several days. So as you have seen, the payment actually moves through several parties, often with varying providers for each transaction. And of course, this adds up cost, this adds up latency and time. And since things can get really complex really fast, some payment solutions there bundle also these steps up together into sort of an all-in-one solution. And in fact, actually, there are all kinds of different solutions out there. So when you decide on an online payment system for your projects, you should make sure to evaluate different things, such as, is it actually secure and reliable, this provider? Or what are the costs? Is it easy to use for you, but also especially is it easy to use for your users at the end? And that's where basically WebLN comes into play, because with WebLN, there's now an easy way for developers and users to send and receive payments on the Bitcoin network. WebLN stands for the Lightning Web Standard, and it builds on the Lightning Network and allows any web developer to interact with this network. It was created already in 2019 and is now constantly improved. So if we look at the different decision points here, regarding security and reliability, Bitcoin certainly stands out with an uptime I recently checked was around 99.987%. And also the payment reliability on the Lightning Network already got a lot better and will also keep improving with more liquidity in the network. Regarding costs, costs increase quickly if you have to integrate with different service providers to allow users worldwide to exchange payments with your website. But Bitcoin as an open and global network allows anyone to participate. So this means that you can basically reach anyone using one network instead of integrating several others together. And Lightning allows to send microtransactions across the globe with an instant settlement compared to traditional payment rails at very, very low cost. But is it easy to use for you? So you actually, as a developer, you want to get up and running quickly, right? So that means the payment solution should be easy to integrate and flexible. And WebLN enables now every web developer to build Lightning apps using web technology, so that every developer can become a Bitcoin Lightning developer, because you can keep using familiar web technologies like JavaScript, as we will see in this session and also in the next one. And what about ease of use for your users? So here, I think you should make sure that the process for making the payment requires as less interaction as possible. If customers must look for their credit card details first, for instance, in order to pay, they start thinking and think, okay, maybe I actually should abandon this payment process. Doesn't actually make sense to do this payment. So keeping the payment process as seamless as possible could lead to higher conversion rates and to a more successful project for you at the end. Now, to enjoy these benefits and also to help developers build more apps on Bitcoin, this WebLN guide was created. But before, I want to actually quickly show you my bad trading skills, how bad they are, and how great actually WebLN is with a short demo. Regarding trading, we can check out Collider Lite, for instance. To have the full experience, we should load it again first. I see. The video conference takes up too much bandwidth right now. I'm sorry for that. But I can definitely encourage you to try out this website when it comes to WebLN. So usually what happens first is you using Albi, you are always asked do you want to give access to your account or not? You can confirm, and in this case, WebLN on this website is activated. So if there was a better connection now, I think there would be a way to showcase you, because the actually very nice thing here about this demo is that you can fund your trading account directly through WebLN in your private Lightning wallet and open a position while trading on Collider, so that you even reduce the risk of custody in this case. And in the same way as you open a position, you can also close a position and directly withdraw the money in your wallet again. I will post the link then also in the show notes to try it out. Talking about the WebLN guide. The WebLN guide basically consists of different chapters. A part of the introduction, there is the building Lightning apps chapter, the resources, where we provide more resources all around WebLN, and a contribution section. So what WebLN basically is, it is a set of specification for Lightning apps and also client providers to facilitate this communication between a web app and a user Lightning node in a secure way. And this also, this picture, for example, depicts how WebLN functions and gives a rather nice understanding and simple to grasp. Then we also have a section where you see the different specifications. So it's rather straightforward. Every one of them is quickly explained with the same structure, where we show the method, the example, and there's always a demo where you can already test it out. If you have a Lightning or WebLN enabled provider installed like Albi, you can do these demos in this case. And the main commands here is WebLN enable, then key send, make invoice, to receive a payment, and send payment. A part of that, there is also a chapter about best practices when it comes to, for example, showing errors, or a fallback, for example, if WebLN is not, or if the person has no WebLN provider installed, how you can do that with code examples. There are actually already quite some WebLN providers out there, and I hope we will see many more in the future. There is Joule, there's Blixt Wallet, Blue Wallet, Breeze, they're all listed here. And there is not only the demo that I tried, you can also go, for example, on BOLT.FUN, what I think is itself already a great demo to try it out. But there are listed several other projects that are WebLN compatible, and you can see how they work. Overall, this guide is actually made by the community to increase the number of apps out there and help developers get started. So everyone can contribute to this guide, give feedback if something should be explained better, or if some information is missing. You can leave a comment here or go on GitHub, make a pull request there. If you also want to contribute in the improvement of this guide, I can also encourage you to take part in this Bitcoin Lightning Layer Network Specs group. We meet regularly there on a bi-weekly basis and discuss how we can develop this standard even further. Yeah, and this was a short introduction into WebLN and how you can start actually developing WebLN. I think this would be then, I leave up to René in the next session.
All right, thank you so much, Moritz. That was a great introduction. And yeah, live demos, gotta love them. All right.
I will try it again anyway.
yeah. Well, it's probably not a bad thing to not be gambling and like trading and stuff like that live anyway. We don't want you to lose a lot of money.
Probably.
All right. So hold on. I think I'm getting word here. Stage manager is talking. Hold on a second. Hey, stage manager. Oh, René's ready? Okay, cool. Get him up there. And I'm stage manager. All right. Sorry for the cringe, people.
Hey, guys.
Hey, René. Sorry, not sure if we accidentally booted Moritz off there. Moritz, thank you so much for that. Yeah, maybe a good time to hand over to René, like you said. René, really excited for this one.
Bye.
Thanks, Moritz.
Thanks, Moritz. Bye.
Yeah, really excited for this one, René. So that was a great overview of WebLN and some of the possibilities that developers can use it for. But this is going to be a bit more of a practical demo of how people can get up and running building with WebLN. René was, for those who are not aware, René was one of the winners of the last Shock the Web hackathon. He came in hot with his 21 Uno payment widgets, and since then he has just been on fire, building things, contributing, co-authoring the WebLN guide. So yeah, really humbled to have some of you Albi guys helping out and mentoring through this hackathon. But yeah, without further ado, René, I'll hand it over to you.
Thanks a lot, Dad. Happy to be here. So the talk I was planning to do right now is about building Lightning apps. As you mentioned, Ed. By the way, let's hope this live demo works better. All right. So what I'm trying to show to you is how you can build your very first Lightning app on a very easy way, basically, and also talk a bit about my experiences during the last few hackathons I've been to. So maybe some words about myself. So my name is Renee Aaron. As you said, my Bitcoin journey or development journey started at this year's hackathon in Istanbul, and I was very excited, met a lot of great people, and yeah, that's why I decided to participate in the Shock the Web Hackathon 1. And maybe you've seen those widgets I've been doing recently, which allow you to, again, very easily accept payments on your website. Yeah, so challenges building a Lightning app. I just want to give you some idea about how this journey has been for me, because it's not that easy, I think. Especially if you're new to development, you're probably already overwhelmed with getting familiar with your IDE or setting up your local development environment, do build configurations, and all this stuff. Some of the developers might can relate to that, to this commit strip where it says, yeah, you have to install package managers and transpilers just to get going. And yeah, especially at hackathons, you spend quite some time on setting up all the things. And for me, it was like, I don't know, 2 days until I really could start to work on Lightning stuff. And yeah, so this template app idea I came up should also give you some kind of jump start there. But on top of that, you also need to learn about Lightning. What are Lightning channels? How do you manage them? How do you run a node? And on top of that, there are quite some emerging protocols or standards like LNURL and WebLN and probably many, many more. I still learn about that every day. And yeah, you also have to think about things like how do you set up LNURL off locally? I've heard stories from different people having a hard time doing that, and or offering fallback options for users who don't have WebLN and all this stuff. So how do you even verify an invoice has been paid? There are a lot of questions you might come across when building out your Lightning app. All right, so I wanted to give you some overview about some standards there are currently. And you can use them basically today. More and more wallets seem to support those standards, also for WebLN. And so one of the main problems, we're going to start with LNURL. One of the main problems UX-wise is that usually the receiver needs to generate an invoice and hand it on to the sender. So there's always some back and forth involved, whether that is by scanning a QR code or by sending the invoice via some instant messaging, whatever. So LNURL tries to solve this problem by providing some specification for HTTP APIs you can use to interact with the Lightning node, basically. So it allows, for instance, LNURL Pay allows you to remotely generate invoices from the sender side. But there are also a lot of other things in there which I think are worth mentioning, like authentication. We'll get to that in a second. And there are also quite some libraries listed there that you can use today to integrate into your app. So on top of LN URL, there is one great emerging standard, the Lightning address concept. So the Lightning address is basically just a human readable identifier. So think of it as your email. And this protocol basically defines where you can find the LN URL pay endpoint, where you then can request invoices from. So this allows your friends to send you money without you having to generate an invoice first. That is very useful. They can just pass on their Lightning address to you. LN URL auth is also very, I think, a very nice way of doing logins, because it doesn't require passwords or anything. There is also no need to backup anything new. Like for every website you choose a new password, you would need to store it somewhere. Everything is based on your private key. I think Anthony mentioned this before too. So basically, that's a way for you to create identities in your application without requiring any information from your user, like email addresses or passwords. One thing to be aware of, though, the identities are tied to the domain. So be sure your login domain is static, because if this domain changes, the identity of your users will also change. All right, and I've also been busy, working on this WebLN guide. So WebLN, as Moritz pointed out before, is a way to allow seamless payments on the web, and it's a very easy and small API surface. I think there are just a few methods which allow you to do native web payments, so you don't need to present QR codes or anything to your user. They can basically just do one-click payments, as well as also withdrawals. And there are also some advanced features which are, I think, especially in the podcasting space, a lot of things work with key send payments and many more things. And there are obviously other standards as well. They are still on my to-do list. I think we have another session today about LSATs, which I think is also very interesting. Looking forward to that, and many more. So this Lightning app template I came up with, I spent quite some time learning about all the protocols and how to interact with them. And I thought it would be very cool to have some starter template where you have some basic functionality in there, like requesting payments from your users, or some things like fallback QR codes for users who don't have WebLN. And this doesn't mean this is a very sophisticated project in terms of that you can just take it and run it in production. It just give you some idea about what endpoints might make sense for you, how to handle WebLN, how to offer fallback payments and stuff like that. All right. So what's inside? You can check it out on GitHub. It's a starting point for Lightning Web Apps. It's based on Node.js and Bootstrap. So I figured there are a whole ton of front-end frameworks available, and I don't know what the people will use this hackathon. So I leave that up to you. You can plug in whatever frameworks you want there. And the cool thing I think is, especially for such a hackathon, where maybe also like unexperienced developers take part who don't have like 10 years of front-end development background, is that you can deploy it with one click to Glitch. I'll get to that in a second. Right now, it uses Albi accounts in the background, but of course, it's ready to plug in your own node or whatever. Yeah. So what is Glitch? Glitch is like a fun on-ramp for not that experienced developers. I think you can edit your code right in your browser. You have instant hosting with HTTPS. So that allows you to also do LN URL off. You can export your projects anytime. Basically, internally, they are Git projects. You can even persist data in some kind of SQLite database. And if you want to sell something or let your users manage some content. And you can also attach custom domains. So you can just add a DNS record to your domain, and this will link your application to your domain. So one thing before we jump into the demo part of this presentation, I think this came up during the last Twitter space yesterday, I think, and I really like to pick up on that because I think that's an important point to make, where John Cavallo said, if you want more comfort, you usually just turn the trust knob up, right? So by choosing custodial providers, for instance, you just give away this responsibility, but also you are less private probably, and you have more dependencies, right? Nevertheless, I think, especially during a hackathon like this, or where you want to build a prototype, it might make sense to offer some easy solutions for people who are just getting started. I mean, if you think back about your journey into Bitcoin, it probably was pretty similar to this process. Did you sign your first Bitcoin transaction with a multi-sig wallet, or did you verify your first transaction on your own node? Yeah, probably not. And I think it's the same for this. The key takeaway, I think, here is just be aware of who your trusted third parties are. And the cool thing about this Lightning Network apps is that you can start off at the very left of this scale by choosing some very comforting solutions like having custodial accounts or hosting your app on Glitch or trusting someone else. But I think you can take it very easily to whatever solution you think is fits for your project. There are different hosting providers. Now you can also like spin up nodes with Voltage, or you can choose to run your own BTC Pay server, or you can run your own LN Bits server and request invoices over there. And you could even take it to the extreme and run this whole setup in your basement or somewhere. So yeah, just be aware of this like trade-off, right? All right, so now it's time to give you some idea of what I'm talking about with the app template. Let's switch over to the GitHub repository, where you will find all the code that is in here. And all you need to do to have some kind of starting point is click on this button. I'm going to do this now. And this will take you to a new project page. You'll see some notification that now Glitch is importing this repository. This might take a second. All right, and you're basically set up. So in the background, you can unfold the logs here. You will see that now they are installing all the required packages in this project. We'll wait for that. This will probably take another minute or so. In the meantime, I just want to show you around a little bit. So in the source folder, you will see different folders where you have the server part with all the authorization stuff in it, some basic payment APIs, and the server itself. So this is, as I said, based on some Node.js Express. There is one important file here, this .n file, because this file allows you to secretly add variables to your project. So all you need to do right now is enter your Albi Lightning address here. I'm gonna configure that. And this will basically link this application to your account. So your account will be used to create invoices, but also to verify that those invoices have been paid. Let's take a look at some pages we have. So basically we have a layout and a pay site, and this when you want to do a payment, we will see that in a second. All right, it seems to be finished. Okay, so it's now running. So this is what you should end up with as soon as you've configured your Lightning address in there. And what you see here is basically 3 menu items. So first, let's do the authorization part. This is exactly what we've been talking about before with LN URL auth. So I have an Albi wallet here, and I click sign in. Now I've got to choose, do you want to sign in with my browser wallet, so Albi, or do I want to use an external wallet like my mobile wallet and scan a QR code? I want to connect with this browser. So now Albi asks me to confirm this login. And as soon as I click confirm, I'm signed in, and you'll see the identity of these users. So the first 10 characters at least. So that means by clicking this button and configuring one environment variable, you have already some kind of basic authentication system. And you can, yeah, it's up to your imagination, right? I mean, you can now let your users post content. You can create the next Stack Overflow or the next meetup.com, whatever you like. So this takes me to the payment part of this app template. So you have 2 options here. You see the code on the left and the screen on the right. And by format that a bit, and by calling 2 JavaScript functions, you can request payments from this user. So if I click this button, I'm going to request 21 sats from this user, using the description, payment description, and we're going to see, this is the callback, which is being called as soon as the user paid his invoice. So there are two options here. You can either request a payment or you can request a payment with WebLN. The difference basically is just this payment dialog. So you now get presented this QR code and you can click pay in your browser, while this request payment WebLN will just detect if you have a browser wallet installed, and if we could detect a browser wallet, you can directly pay with this one. This is especially useful. Oh yeah, this effect. This is especially useful if you want to do like more integrated UX patterns. So for instance, the scroll to pay page will ask you to pay an invoice as soon as you reach the bottom of the page. You can confirm it again. See the success animation. Yeah. So I think that was basically it from the demo part. I just want to head back to the presentation for a second. So in my opinion, some things to consider before you start working on your apps. I think it makes sense to think about payment flows. So who is paying whom? Which information do you need from your users in order to allow peer-to-peer payments, for instance? How are you generating the invoices, and where should the funds be sent to? Do you want the payments to be done peer-to-peer, or do you need to custody the funds for your users? And as always, it makes sense, especially if something is not working, to check the wallet support matrix in, for instance, the LN URL repository. Not every wallet supports every LN URL pay subtype. So you might want to check those as well. You might want to think about different use cases. So not everyone will have this browser wallet installed. So think about how users would pay your apps if they use mobile wallets, or even cross-device scenarios where the user works on his desktop but wants to pay with his phone. Oftentimes you will just display a QR code. And also one thing, do you really need the identity? Because oftentimes you just need an identity basically to prevent spam. And by integrating Lightning payments into your application, maybe that isn't even needed anymore. So maybe it's just some kind of a pay-as-you-go service, right? Okay. Yeah, now it's basically up to you. The sky is the limit. You can facilitate payments peer-to-peer, borderless, instant. Yeah, I'm super excited to see all the projects that are that will be built during the hackathon, and I think that's it for me.
All right. Big round of applause for Rene there. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah, that is yeah, that was really awesome. Rene, thanks so much for that. You mentioned that glitch was, for like beginner developers and stuff, and I don't really think so. I
Yeah,
use some of these tools like CodePen. I've not used Glitch, but I use some of these tools if one, my development environment isn't local on my machine. And some people, like something like Glitch, which runs in a browser, could run on a tablet or like a very basic like a very basic laptop, right? If it doesn't have the performance power. So
you're right.
yeah, so I wouldn't like cater it just to the beginners. There is a question up here. Let's see if we could address this one. Is it possible to use a Lightning address with your own nodes, with your own Lightning node? Do you have any articles or starting points for that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are different services out there, I guess. They're all coming with different like drawbacks and pros and cons. Basically, you can set up a BTC Pay server if you like to. They also support Lightning addresses, but there are also some DNS-based approaches. I'm happy to share some links afterwards. Sure.
Yeah, I think you could also do LN bits as well. You can set that one up. And there is this website, I can't remember it. I think the DNS one that you're talking about is where you like put in your invoice macaroon or something.
Yeah, something along that. I never used it, to be honest, but yeah.
Yeah. Nathan, if you could drop a question in the Discord, we'll try to answer it. And we have some mentors around who send some links over to you because not sure how to do it here. But thanks for the question, Nathan. Yeah, Rene, this was really fantastic. You've gone from hackathon to like speaking at one. I think that's pretty cool. What do you think? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I like it very much. Yeah, also the feedback for all the projects I've been doing was very encouraging, and I just like to kind of give back. So if any of the participants has some questions around WebLN or LN URL, I'll be there to help as well.
Yeah, and your 20 Uno project also. This was like a really great one. I still send it around to anyone who wants to see like what's possible with WebLN and stuff. What kind of stuff are you hoping to see being made with your template? Do you have like any ideas you can share with the other folks?
I have no idea actually, but there were at least last time there were quite some people who kind of had some HTML skills, but and wanted to build some apps, but didn't know exactly how to. Maybe those kind of like more simple apps where like some, I don't know, donation pages or even some Stack Overflow clone or some meetup clone. I don't know. Maybe it's also just a starting point to take out or to get some idea about how these things are built and how those protocols work, and just see some code in action. I don't think, honestly, you would base your your next big project on this template, right?
I mean, what's the next big project, right? I mean, it needs to start from somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, some prototype maybe.
yeah, because it's like, yeah, we started prototyping phase first, and then eventually we hopefully get the bugs out and more confident production. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff that come out of hackathons, and then like continue like developing onwards. So, really hope to see that. Ed, you got any words there?
Yeah. Are you going to be hacking yourself, Rene? I feel like
I guess so. Yeah, I don't have a project in mind yet, but I'll have a look on my ever-growing like Bitcoin project to-do list and pick one from there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, always a
Let's
growing
see
list,
what is
isn't it?
doable in this short amount of time, right?
Hey, aim for the moon, man. Yeah,
Sure.
I mean, for those who are interested, last time I think I don't know if it was like during the event, just before the event, but yeah, we came up with this like fun design with like a unicorn and then like a lightning address input fields and like, hey, send a payment of X sats to someone anywhere. Just as a really like simple concept of like how someone could use WebLN to like send a payment, right?
Exactly,
and then
yeah. This was
like
also the inspiration for this whole page I built, basically, right? You know that.
yeah, exactly. So like
Yeah.
we did that, and then like I can't remember when it was. Like the next day, Rennie's like, "Yeah, I built it. I've also built all of these other things." So if you have an idea that you want to see built, just drop it in Rene's DMs, and I'm sure he'll probably get around to it at some point. But yeah, I mean, what about any of the other talks that we had like earlier today and stuff? There's obviously a lot of talk about like potential that like Lightning has to offer with different UX patterns and things like that. And we also obviously had the Web3 panel talk on Twitter Spaces. I think I saw you in there. Was there anything that you took away from that where you thought, oh, hey, that could be an interesting idea to work on? Maybe ignoring like a time frame. Obviously, I know we've only got like 3 days to work on it, and last time was probably not too dissimilar actually, but even if you had all the time in the world, right? Let's say you had a month or a year or something. What would really excite you to hack on?
Ooh, that's a good question, Ed. That's a good question. Honestly, I never thought about that. Maybe I'll use the hackathon to do that. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. There are so many things, and I'm still like learning so much stuff all the time. So it's really hard to have an overview and to like even grasp all the things which are made possible. I don't know. Currently, I'm focusing on maybe making it easier for developers to really get going with their Lightning apps. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement, but also maybe one thing. So this whole publisher kind of idea where you make it easier for publishers to integrate Lightning payments into their website. And what I like that so much about this idea is that you have some kind of a multiplier, right? You not only reach if you build an app, you just reach the users who use this app. But if you build something for publishers, you have like with one website you could reach thousands of users, and this is really something I've been thinking about a lot lately. So it's more or less like related to this widget I've been building, where you just add a few lines of code to your website, but maybe more sophisticated way, maybe some paywall stuff, or I don't know. You for sure know those Stripe widgets, right, or something like that, something along those lines. Maybe that could be really interesting.
Yes, somebody mentioned having some kind. I think it was on the Twitter contest that we had. Someone mentioned about what do you call it? Like a paywall kind of widget. I'm not sure how that would work. Like, how do you imagine something like that working?
Yeah, maybe by, I don't know, offering dedicated plugins for different, I don't know, WordPress instances, or I mean, in the optimal way, you would just build one snippet that works for everything. But I have no idea about how you can prevent non-paying users, for instance, from accessing content that needs to be out there, right? So
Yeah.
I think there's always some server part involved, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, because like the only way I would see it possible is that you kind of have to like, yeah, like host the content for the person, but then you become like a CMS yourself, right?
Yeah, but maybe also some very like lightweight version of it, like those payment widgets do, where you can just enter some products and then you can embed this widget and you basically have a shop on your website or something along those lines. I don't know. Maybe that could work.
I just saw the name of the Lightning address thing that Nathan asked about. It's Satdress. I think that's what it was. Satdress. Yeah, so you can do Satdress. So I'm gonna post a link to the here's a link to the Lightning address. Yeah, I think the link didn't go through. So this is a link to Lightning address. I posted it on Twitter, and let's put it up here, I guess. lightningaddress.com. And if you scroll down to the bottom, then it shows you the different domains and also like self-hosting tools for Lightning address where you can connect it up to your own node, which is kind of important, like what you mentioned about this trust and comfort, right? It's like you can use it maybe in a hackathon, wallet of Satoshi Lightning address. So this mobile wallet, if you download it and set it up, it gives you a Lightning address, or you could use the Albi Lightning, getalbi.com. They have a Lightning address server that you can use, but those both are custodial. But you have the option if you want, because this is Bitcoin, right? And you want to deal with like interoperability and stuff like that. We're dealing with standards and specifications. Now you can just like set the same thing up yourself, right? The same thing that those big wallets or whatever are using, you can set it up yourself. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the nice thing about it. Yeah. And yeah, as I said, I think it's pretty natural to start the easy way and advance from there. I mean, that's how learning works, right?
Eddie, do we have something on right now? The next one, or can we just like keep refreshing?
Yeah, we can just keep faffing forever. I think the next chat is going to be Escrowed Lightning payments with Super Testnet, and I think that's in about 40 minutes time, maybe just under. So yeah, we can keep chatting. We can take a short break. I'm up for keeping chatting. Rene, when 20 Uno Lightning addresses?
Soon, TM, right?
2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I'm a bit hesitant to take custody over funds from others. So I don't know.
Well, you don't have to take custody of those funds, but there is it's basically allowing people to utilize your DNS, right?
Yeah, you could set it up that way too. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So if you put in your invoice macaroon, so for anyone who doesn't know, these hands again. Oh, sorry. I get distracted easily. Yeah, so yeah, like on your node, there's these like these permission tokens that you can give, and like your node could do like a whole bunch of different functionalities, like send, create invoices, sign things, and whatnot. But you can, and there's different like management tools that you like, operational stuff that you might that there's permissions for. You can, with these macaroons, right? They're like cookies in a way, but yeah. You can say, hey, I want to give someone the permissions to just do this only this one task. And that's that one task for a Lightning address would be generating invoices from the node. And if you give this to a web service that is basically providing you with the domain name for processing those Lightning, like for processing requests, you can basically just drop your invoice macro in there, and I think it's fine. I don't think there's any attack vectors on it, so you should be fine. Yeah.
I think there is also a LN Bits plugin for that to sell subdomains or something, right?
LN Bits?
Yeah.
Ah, wow. Yeah. So Ben Ark from LN Bits, so I'll try to pull up his talk from last time. But yeah, Ben Ark from LN Bits had a presentation on that, so that's a good call out.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a good. I'll see if I find them. All right. I reckon we can take a little break. Unless you want to keep chatting, Rene, take a little break and let everyone.
Sure. Let's do a short break, and I think there are quite some sessions afterwards too, right?
Oh yeah, we're still going. We're still going. So
Nice.
yeah, we tend to just keep them piling up. So unless you want to build something in the meantime during the break, let's see to use the but I'm not gonna put you on the spot like that.
I have a quick question if you guys don't mind sticking around for another 5 minutes, maybe.
No.
Rene, when we discussed the Lightning address stuff, which I think is becoming it's becoming a pretty popular service right now. And you kind of mentioned that like John Carvalho, where in our chat the other day, he was talking about like this kind of trade-off between convenience, whether it's like speed or UX or whatever it is, and then trust. And with a service like Lightning Address, you have to kind of like turn up that trust a bit. Johns, you mentioned SATdress, which I think is a federated Lightning address server, right? So I think that's probably something which is running on something similar to Noster. Forgive my ignorance with this kind of stuff, but obviously, like I'm not like a super technical person, and I'm sure that there are probably also some less technical people maybe who are going to be watching this video at some point. Maybe we can just talk a little bit about that Lightning address is kind of like a hosted service, and then maybe how something like SATdress could be an interesting alternative as a federated service.
I'm not sure what the federation part of it is. Maybe I can share my screen here and see, so people see what. Let's see. Give me a second. Oh, of course, it's going to die. So no live demos from me, but yeah. So I'm looking at the README. It allows you to use multiple domain names in a comma-separated list. Okay. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the federation part of it is, but effectively, it's a web server, right? It's a web server that you run, and it allows you to then, process Lightning address requests from a mobile application. And there's going to be like a bunch of different tools for that. Something that I've been trying to play around with is how do you do this in a static hosting environment like Netlify or maybe even GitHub Pages or something, where they only have, sorry, that's my text-to-speech thing. Yeah, where they only have
front-end code.
Yeah, where it's only front-end code, because the thing about Lightning addresses, I'll show you what the thing looks like. So it's domain.com/.well-known/Rene, right? And This will produce, yeah. So this will produce
There
a
is a
Lightning
LN
address.
URL P before the Renee, right?
Yeah, that's very true. So I messed it up, guys. Go on.
I didn't want to interrupt. Sorry.
Oh yeah. So what happened here? So let me type it in correctly. Sorry if this is getting a little too technical, folks, but it's good to know how these things kind of work in the background. Yeah. So this one here, domain.com/wellknown/LNURLP. I messed it up again. /Renee. What that will result into as a Lightning address will be Renee@domain.com, right? And to serve this up, you need a web service because the /Renee is supposed to be a JSON file getting returned, right? And it doesn't process .json. Yeah. So so I'm playing around with this right now to see how it's going to be possible on Netlify. Maybe I do a little write-up on it or something.
Yeah, I've heard from one service. I mean, again, you turn the trust knob up, right? But there are quite some like APIs out there which allow you to convert your Lightning address into an invoice. But yeah, of course, you have to trust them again.
No.
And
yeah.
I don't think it's that hard to really spin up this for yourself, probably. So it's basically just a function using this LN URL pay npm package, right?
Yeah. The LN URL pay or LN bits. Like you could set up something on voltage.cloud. You could set up a BTC Pay server there, and BTC Pay server has that functionality for Lightning address baked right in. For those.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
You might, yeah, it's good to know that this might conflict with your website though, right? So if you're hosting your website on your root domain, you might need to change it to a subdomain because only one server can run on this port, right?
Maybe we could go on like a more abstract layer now, because I think we kind of went to like a little too technical. I'm
sorry for that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's all good. It's like, hey guys, so out of a question for non-technical folks, how does this work? Okay, straight into the technical stuff. Yeah.
But
explain it to me like I'm 5.
Well, you see, when one web server likes another web server. Okay, like Renee, you made like some very interesting design decisions for some of these widgets, and I'm assuming in this what do you call it, template so far, right? What's could you talk about some of those a little bit more? Sorry.
Some of the design decisions?
Yeah, so for example, there's like various times where, you know, WebLN is present, right? This extension is present, or your browser is able to, your browser is able to detect the WebLN stuff. And then there's another time, when, it's just not present at all. And when it's not present, then you may need to use a like a wallet on your phone or something like this, right? So how did you go about solving these things, and especially like the payment verification part? How do you deal with that one?
Yeah. Okay. So maybe first the payment verification. This one is quite easy, I think. You have to know it though, because I didn't know you are not able to really verify an invoice has been paid without having a connection to this node, basically. It's obvious, but yeah. So what this service does is, in the background, while this payment dialog is open and the user initiated the payment, a polling kind of thing starts going, which asks the server like every second, okay, did this user already pay his invoice? And as soon as the server recognizes, okay, this invoice has been paid, yeah, you can like redirect him to the article he just created, or yeah, show some fancy success animation, whatever. What was the first question about? Sorry.
Oh no, it was just about like the UX, because you know, like I'm trying to like throw Ed a bone here, because we he asked us about something also technical. My bad, Ed. My bad. Talk to the hand. Something that's quite technical. You're like, hey, how does this federated server work? Well, I don't know. You'll hear me waffle. But yeah, so that was just for like for okay, this. I'm sorry, I get distracted by this. Yeah, so that was just mostly for Ed and any of the designers out there. I would encourage to look at that 20 Uno stuff. Yeah.
Sure. Cool. All right, guys. Well, it's been a ride. Thank you very much, Rene, for this awesome template demonstration. Obviously, please feel free to show it off in the Discord. For people watching as well, Rene is going to be available for some mentorship. So if you have some questions about WebLN or any of the stuff that he's talked about in his presentation today, just drop him a message in Discord or tag him and ask some help. And yeah, looking forward to seeing what comes of it. And hopefully, Rene, looking forward to seeing something that maybe you get to hack on as well, and you get to have a little bit of fun as well. So yeah. Yeah, awesome. Okay.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Rene. And we'll drop, Rene is going to drop those links in Hackathon, and he'll be around there for anyone who needs help or mentorship. So thank you.
Sure.
Let's cut to the break and see you in about 20 minutes with Super Testnet. And this one's going to be super interesting because his name is Super Testnet. There's super in his name, so it has to be interesting. It has to be super interesting. But this is with escrowing payments, right? So for example, you might have a application. I think I saw an idea in the ideas channel. You might have the idea to create a question and answer kind of like Stack Overflow project, right? Now you have to think, it's like how does the person who's answering the question know that the OP is going to make a payment, right? Well, you could use these things called HODL invoices, and we have a section in it in the guide, the BOLT.FUN guide. So BOLT.FUN/guide and invoices. You'll see something called a HODL invoice, and this is a way where you can kind of like escrow some funds, but not necessarily. But the person who holds this HODL invoice, and I believe they're not able to kind of like settle it themselves because it's supposed to go to like a certain person. So I'm not really sure exactly how it works. We're going to learn about it together. So in 40 minutes, that's going to happen. See you there.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
20 minutes. My bad.
It's that time of day. Yeah, cool.
Yes,
go stretch your legs, get a glass of water, get a cup of coffee or a beer, whatever time it is. But yeah, we'll see you in 20 minutes. We will be back very soon.
All right. Ciao, ciao.
right, all right, all right. Welcome back, makers. We will be soon starting our workshop with Super Testnet. It's going to be one on Escrowed Lightning payments. So we're going to be learning all about HODL invoices and what these guys are doing over at lightningescrowed.io. Yeah, if you do want to check out a little bit more about that, that is the link. I can post it in the comments as well. But I will try and invite Super Testnet up now.
Howdy, everybody. How you doing today?
Hey, yeah, very well, thanks. How are you?
Oh, man, things are going great. Thank you for asking. Really excited to be a part of the Shock the Web Hackathon.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, great to have you here. You were at Bitcoin as well last week, weren't you? How did that go?
That went great. I did a presentation called Tenacity, which is all about the importance of trying again when you fail, because it happens a lot when you're writing Bitcoin software. You try something, it doesn't work, and you start banging your head against a wall, trying it and trying it again. So I gave this whole presentation about how to get through that and why it's a good thing. It's available on the Bitcoin YouTube channel, or not Bitcoin YouTube channel, Base 58 YouTube channel. All the videos from the conference were uploaded to there if anyone wants to see it.
Nice, cool. Yeah, people head over there if you wanna take a look at that. Out of interest, were there any interesting projects that came out using things like HODL invoices or escrowed lightning payments from the hackathon itself?
Yes, there were. The Mini-Mint project is using HODL invoices to add Lightning support to Fedimints, which are this cool thing where it's like a Xiaomi and eCash server, and they are using they're adding Lightning support now through the use of HODL invoices. Also, there was a cool project called Bitcoin Dog, which does dog racing, and you submit payments to a HODL invoice, which then they execute a contract on the Liquid network that chooses between a number between 1 and 4, and then among 4 players, a random one of them gets to withdraw the money through another through a Lightning submarine swap, and so that was pretty cool. The HODL invoice doesn't trigger until the dog race has been decided. And then after the number gets picked, it shows a cool little animation. So those were 2 of my favorite projects that came out of there, and they both used HODL invoices to my great delight.
Cool. Yeah, well, hopefully there's been a lot of interest actually around them already from hackers and stuff. So hopefully this workshop spawns a bit more interest, sparks some innovation with them, and hopefully we'll see some cool projects come out of it. But enough from me. I'll give you the stage now. I will try and remove myself. Are you just sharing your screen, and then hopefully that should work? Okay, cool. I'll
Can you share another link in the chat?
Yeah, of course.
The live link, the link you sent is to our landing page where we ask for your email. But the live page where you can actually use our demo front end is app.lightningescrow.io. So if you can put that in the chat as well, that'd be great. And
app.lightningescrow.io.
Yep, there you go. Looks like it's.
And I'll just put that up on the screen as well. Cool.
All right.
Cool. Alrighty.
So
cool. Well, I'll drop out and give it over to you.
I'm going to do a presentation about oracles and escrows, smart contracts on Lightning on Bitcoin and Lightning. So an oracle, just to be clear here, I haven't used this piece of software before. So is everyone able? Is my screen showing? You guys able to see a slideshow?
Yeah, we can see a Imaging Edge webcam screen. Is that correct?
No, that sounds like it is not correct. So let me.
Oh, wait. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry, I had to put your thing up there. That should work now.
So are we good? You can see a green slideshow?
Yep, all good. Over to you.
All right. Oracles and escrows, smart contracts on Bitcoin and Lightning. Let's do some definitions first. An oracle is a service that triggers a Bitcoin payment based on the outcome of a real-world event. And oracles are pretty cool because they allow you to do a lot of different smart contracty things on Bitcoin. An escrow is a similar service. It is when it's actually a type of oracle, but it is a service that is relied upon by two parties to settle or cancel a payment between them in case they have a dispute. And I say an escrow is a type of oracle because they are triggering a payment. Let's say you have Alice and Bob, and they have an escrow between them about whether a product is getting delivered. The trigger for the payment is like, did Alice get her product? And then if that happens, Bob gets his payment. So an escrow is a type of oracle that is mainly used for trades. And then an oracle is like a more general term for any service that triggers a Bitcoin payment based on a real world event. Oracles are important because Bitcoin and the Lightning Network don't know what happens in our world. They only know what happens on their networks. For example, let's say you wanted to bet on the Super Bowl. Bitcoin doesn't know about the Super Bowl. It has no idea the Super Bowl is a thing. All it knows is hashes and numbers and elliptic curves. It's like, I don't know what a Green Bay Packers is. So they have no way of knowing if who won the Super Bowl. So how do you bet on that? Well, you use an oracle. Suppose the two people, Alice and Bob, want to bet on the outcome of the 2020 Super Bowl. They each want to put up $100 and then have the winner get the pot. An oracle is someone who they both trust. This is a trusted situation here, to write the correct result somewhere, and then they can create a Bitcoin transaction that says, if the oracle says Team A won, then Alice gets the money. Otherwise, Bob gets the money. And it's important that the oracle writes this stuff in a way that Bitcoin can understand, because Bitcoin only knows hashes and time locks and signatures and stuff. So you got to write these contracts in a way that Bitcoin can understand. And the oracle's word then triggers a payment of money from one party to the other. Escrows are similar. You use them to dispute a payment if there is a dispute. They're often used in an eBay-like context, like Alice is selling something on eBay. Bob wants to buy it, but Bob's like, what happens if I send my money and she never sends me the watch? And Alice is like, well, I'm not going to send you the watch unless you send me the money, because then you may just run off with it. So they don't trust each other. But if they both trust the oracle or the escrow, they can give the money to him, is what they usually do. And then he can listen to what happens. And if they're both like, okay, I got the watch, and the other guy's like, I got the money, or if Alice says I got the watch, then the oracle or the escrow can give Bob the money, or vice versa. If there's a dispute, then he can listen to both sides and be like, okay, Alice, what happened? And she's like, well, he never sent the watch, or he sent a box of rocks or whatever. And then they can have a dispute, and he can decide who to side with. Usually it's done in Bitcoin with a type of Bitcoin address called a 2 of 3 address, because in Bitcoin we don't like, or many people don't like taking custody of people's Bitcoins. And so there are services that offer escrow without taking custody. And how they do it is they use 2 of 3 addresses. A 2 of 3 address is a special type of Bitcoin address that has 3 private keys. It's protected by 3 different private keys. And you need 2 of them to move any money that's in the address. So you set up this contract where 1 private key is held by Alice, 1's held by Bob, 1's held by the escrow. Bob can put money into the address, and then if he gets his product, he sends his key to Alice, and now she has 2 of the 3 keys, and she can withdraw the money. But if there's a dispute, either of them can ask the escrow to settle the dispute, and the escrow can listen to both sides and then send their 3rd key to whoever they think is the victim. Now that person has 2 of the 3 keys, and so they can withdraw the money. These can both be used on Bitcoin and the Lightning Network to enable various smart contracts without giving up custody of your Bitcoins, which is great because I like to keep my Bitcoins. You can create contracts with other people that rely on an oracle to provide information that triggers a payment from one party to the other. This is useful for gambling. Today, I'm going to actually demo a coin flip contract that I wrote using Lightning Escrow. And then you can also use an escrow to settle any dispute you have in a loan contract or a contract where the 2 parties trade something with one another. All right, so that is a hopefully quick-ish overview of how of what these terms mean, oracles and escrows. And then in this slideshow, which is shorter, I show how we do it. This is how we brought this to the Lightning Network, where we don't have such things as 2 of 3 multisig. But what we do have are HTLCs. So every Lightning payment, this is a standard Lightning payment, works like this. Alice creates a hash time lock contract in her Lightning node with these terms. Bob can take Alice's sats if he discloses a pre-image, or Alice gets it back after 2 weeks. She gets her money back after 2 weeks. And so I represent this here by having a picture of Alice sending a Bitcoin payment to Bob, who's holding this thing called a pre-image. And she says, give me a receipt or I get my sats back. The pre-image serves as a sort of receipt here. So they basically do a swap. He gives the pre-image, and at the same moment, he acquires control of the sats. And when he does that, he's like, all right, here's your receipt. Now I've got the money. And she's like, sweet, I can use this to show that you're supposed to send me a widget or whatever. So that allows Bob to simultaneously acquire full power over the sats after he gives Alice a receipt. But Alice, all she's got is a piece of text at this point. She doesn't actually have the watch or whatever she's buying from Bob. So what if Alice is like, okay, I have the text, but the watch never arrived, or she's worried that might happen. This is what we do to add an escrow into this situation. We create the pre-image. This is us down here at the bottom. Lightning Escrow creates the pre-image for this contract, and then Alice creates the HTLC that says, okay, if you give me the pre-image, Bob, you get the sats. But now, no matter how many tries Alice attempts to send this payment, Bob can't settle it because he doesn't have the pre-image. Like, he's got to give her the receipt, and he doesn't have it. Lightning Escrow has it. So Alice can be sure that the payment's not going to go through without Lightning Escrow's help. So in the happy path, Alice and Bob have no dispute. We give Bob his pre-image, and then he gives that to Alice, which simultaneously gets him the sats that he needs. Or if there's a dispute, there's a time lock on these contracts. That's what HTLCs do. If we side with Alice, then we just let the transaction time out, which is represented by the alarm clock here and the unhappy faces. Alice didn't get her product. Bob didn't get his money, but at least no one is out any money. Alice keeps all of the money that she had in her wallet. So yeah, that is how we do this stuff. I also want to mention that Lightning Escrow offers a free developer API, and if you use this, you get full control over the escrow. You decide if Bob or Alice gets the money, and you decide what conditions to use. We have a demo API in both JavaScript, or not a demo API. We have a full API in JavaScript and Python. An API client. Like we already wrote the code for you. In case you want to just get started, you can copy the code from our JavaScript and Python client implementations. And this is fully programmable. You can write, you control everything. You control the Oracle. You control whether Bob or Alice gets the payment, and you do it all without taking custody of user funds. So it can be pretty cool. And I thought that I would just go through the API and show you how this works. First, I'm going to share this link. This is the documentation for the API. So I'm going to share this over here in this thing says private chat. So I don't know if anyone else sees that, but I put it in private chat. And if anyone wants to grab that and then put it into the real comments, that'd be great. So yeah, that's where you can follow along with this. And there's also a video demo of me doing this, this thing that I'm about to do with you guys. So we've got a bunch of endpoints. One of them is for creating a user, and I'm just going to copy paste this code into CodePen, where I'm going to run it, and I'm going to create a user. Let's give him an email. Doesn't have to be a real email. This is just used to authenticate whoever's in control of this contract. So I'm going to do, I don't know, President Johnson at example.com. He's going to use the password Hunter12 because that is the best password ever. And when I do that, I get a session ID and an expiry. So he's logged in effectively, and his login will last for 2 weeks. We set a limit of 2 weeks because it's standard security practice that you log people out after 2 weeks. If you're a developer and you set a better password than Hunter12, you can extend your session key, which I will do down here. Extend your session key. And that will set it so that it doesn't expire until the year 2031. So to do that, you just paste this code over here, or we also have the Python version. Replace the demo one with your real session ID and hit enter. and now your session lasts until the year 2038. So you can have lots of contracts. Let's create a transaction here. It needs a bunch of parameters, and let me go over what those are. So the first thing it needs is your session key. This is the session key of you, the Oracle, who's controlling this whole thing. You need to know who the buyer is, and this, again, doesn't have to be a real email. You can put in a fake one, however you want to display this to your users. If you do put in a real email, your user will get an email from us saying, hey, someone wants to do a transaction with you. Here's where you can click a link to do it with them, and it'll take them to our front-end interface. But I'm going to use another president. President Bush at example.com is going to be buying the goods. We're going to sell him some pizza, and we're going to do a large pepperoni. He's going to pay. You can decide who pays the fee. Like I said, it's a free API. We haven't implemented fees yet, and so you get to use this for free. But there's going to be an amount of 5,000 sats on this thing because it's not a great pizza, I guess. And I even spelled pepperoni wrong. All right, so let's hit enter on there. And when I do that, I get a, didn't want to do that, cancel, don't print it. I get information about this transaction, including a transaction ID, which is ID number 4, and a description of it. I get the amount of it. I can see who the seller is. The seller is person number 3, or it has ID number 3 in our database. It's me, and I get a payment hash. So here at this point, you need to have your user, or you need like their macaroon or something, so you can create an invoice for them. And I'm going to do that in my terminal here. Add hold invoice with this payment hash. And the amount is going to be 5,000. All right, so I got this invoice, and we're going to use that in the next section. So here we go down to creating the invoice. This is all for getting information about individual transactions or all transactions, which you can use if you want to display like a dashboard to your users. But down here, I'm going to send in the invoice that I just created. So I go to CodePen, paste this in, get my invoice from the terminal, copy that, put that in here. And what was the Control X? What was the transaction ID? Backspace isn't working for me. Do that. Oops, I forget what my transaction ID was. Well, I can figure it out again by looking up my transactions. So that's cool. I will just go and re-log in to get my session ID, and then I will look for my most recent transaction. So copy that, go to CodePen, Control paste, and I believe I was President Johnson. So hit enter. This is my session key. I'm going to get my transactions, which is down here. Get all user transactions sounds good. Copy that. Paste it. Unfortunately, I can't see. Oh, there it is. My session ID. So paste that in, hit enter, and now I find that my transaction ID number was 4. So that is what I'm going to use when I create my invoice. I'm going to copy this, paste it into here, and my session ID is, man, can't remember anything. Session ID was this one. Paste. And my transaction ID was number 4. And my invoice was this one. Paste. Run this code. And great. Now the status of our transaction is that it needs to be paid. So I'm not actually going to pay this because it's just a demo and there's no reason to do that. But instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look up the status of the invoice on my node. So I do that using this command, lncli lookup invoice. And once again, this is something you need to do for your user after you get their macaroon, unless you want them to do it on their own node, which is on their own terminal, I suppose. But when I do this, it's going to tell me information about the status of the invoice. And currently, this invoice is in a state called open. The open state means no one has tried to pay it yet. And so the contract cannot proceed. But I'm going to pretend it's open because I'm the Oracle and I have full control over everything. I'm going to pretend that somebody tried to pay it. Now, since this is a HODL invoice and this node right here doesn't have the pre-image, he can't settle the invoice. So instead of going into a state of settled, it will, if someone tries to pay this, it'll go into a state of accepted. And once it's in a state of accepted, that means it's like I've accepted this contract, but I can't settle it yet. I'm waiting for the pre-image so that I can, type it in and settle it and get the money. So that's what we're going to claim, that we're going to claim on behalf of Bob that the transaction has been put into a state of accepted so that we can continue the contract. But before we do that, we need to set a buyer. Or no, I already did set a buyer. So I did that before. So the buyer is going to claim the contract is funded. He's going to be like, all right, the person tried to pay the payment, and I can see that it's in a state of accepted. So that is what he is going to claim. Let me go get his session ID, which is this one. And the transaction ID is number 4. So here we go. Oh, I did something wrong because it is giving me an error. What is the matter with it? Buyer claims the contract is funded. Did I set the buyer? I don't think I did set the buyer, actually. It was President Johnson was going to be the buyer, and that's where I left off because I forgot who was in charge. So highlight all that, paste, and we're going to have it be President Johnson, and transaction number 4. There we go. It says wrong password. I must have already put him in at some point. Oh, I was going to do President Bush. That's why. Well, I screwed something up during the process because nothing's working now. I think I ruined this contract. Anyway, the point is you can go through all these procedures. You can create a contract and then do a coin flip at the end or whatever you want. I was going to do a coin flip, but I apparently screwed everything up with this contract. So if I have time, I will redo it, but I think I'm about out of time. So why don't I come back here and stop the screen share and take questions. And then maybe if there's time, we can continue.
There's no questions in yet that I can see, but I would love you to be able to continue because I have a whole bunch of them.
You have a whole bunch of what?
I have a whole bunch of questions.
Well, sure. So let's get into it.
But I want to see like the end part where it does the coin flip and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to restart then because I'm not sure which part I screwed up in this thing. But I'm going to go back and create a new Oracle and do this whole process.
I think we've got like 15 minutes until the next workshop begins, so maybe we can set ourselves a challenge and try and do it by then.
I'm going to do John Davey is going to be the Oracle. I'm not going to extend the session key this time because we're going to definitely finish this within 2 weeks unless I have yet another error. Copy that, paste it in. My session key is, why can't I scroll? Now the difficulty with using, there are some difficulties with using CodePen and a Mac. I'm not usually on a Mac. Paste. This guy looks like a good person to be the recipient. We're going to sell him some pizza. Large pepperoni sounds good. 5,000. Enter. All right, we're using ID number 6 now, and this is our payment hash. So let's go create that invoice. LNCLI add hold invoice with a different payment hash now, which is this one. Paste it into there. Here it is. So now I go back to here and set the buyer. Oh, that's what I did. I never passed the invoice in on my previous one. I don't think I did anyway. Trying to realize which step I skipped. Okay, so my ID is right here. Paste that. My invoice is right here. Paste that. And my transaction is 5. I think it's 5. Is it 5 or 6? It's 6. Okay. I'll hit enter. Great. So it got the invoice, needs to be paid. Next step is to set the buyer. So I need a name for the buyer. I'm going to use Rick Morty. Rick Morty will be the buyer. And this is going to be transaction number 6. Hit enter. No. Well, that function appears to be broken. Well, I'm going to have the same person be the buyer and the seller. So John Davey, I think, was the seller. I actually recommend, if you are running the Oracle yourself, you probably should have the buyer and the seller be the same person. Yeah, John Davey at example.com, Hunter 12. You probably should have the Oracle be both buyer and seller in these contracts. And then you have control over whether Alice says she got the product or Bob says over what Alice and Bob say. So then you can like present buttons for your users to say like, I got the thing or I didn't or whatever. But anyway, so I do have a buyer now set, which is the same person as the seller. And I'm going to have the buyer claim that the transaction is funded. So he would do this only when his HTLC is in an accepted state, which you would find out using their macaroon. Copy this session, paste it into here. Transaction is number 6. When I do that, it says it tells me the status, which is that the buyer claims the thing has been paid. So I'm going to have the seller confirm that using this. All right, get my session ID, which is here. Copy, paste it. Transaction number is 6. So the status changes to where's status? Status is paid. This means the contract is funded, and now the HTLC is accepted, and now it is awaiting settlement. So the money hasn't changed hands yet, but all it needs to change hands is the pre-image. So first, we're going to make sure the goods get sent. So I'm going to claim on behalf of the seller that I shipped the goods out. If you're doing digital goods, you'd probably do this immediately. So get my session ID, paste that. These are something that you would store as variables in your user session normally. I am just copy pasting them from the previous entry. The status changed to the goods were sent. So next one is buyer confirms they received the goods. Here we go. Get my session ID from this one. Copy that. Paste it. Transaction number 6. Hit enter. Great. Goods received. At least he says the goods are received. So as far as Alice is concerned, everything is done now. And Bob is just waiting to receive the pre-image so he can get his money. Alice got her product, and she confirmed that when this command got run. Buyer confirms goods were received. So all that's left is to get the pre-image and settle the invoice. So this is where we're going to run the coin flip. I'm going to do math.floor, math.random times 2. And I think if I do that, it's going to give me a 0 or a 1. And we got a 0. So because I got a 0, that means Alice wins. And since she's the buyer, in this case, so we're no longer doing pizza. I decided to switch it up to a coin flip now. But it's the same procedure basically. You have it's just with a coin flip, you would say the goods are received, quote unquote. If the player got if Alice guesses heads and the coin lands on heads here, then you'd say, okay, the goods are received, and you just wait for the contract to time out. And then if it landed on 1, then you run this function, which would give Bob his pre-image, and so that's what we would do then. But yeah, you can do anything with this. Like you have complete control over who gets the money, because if you give the pre-image to Bob, that means he gets the money, and if you don't give it to Bob, that means the contract will time out with our little alarm clock here, and Alice will get her money back. Well, and in this case, because it's a coin flip, she'd actually be happy because she won the coin flip. But if this was a goods and services situation, she'd be sad because, yeah, she got her money back, but she didn't get the thing she wanted, which is a pizza in this case. So let's just see what would happen if I had flipped 1, which I will do by, okay, now I flipped a 1, and we're going to pretend Bob wins, and I'm just going to show you what happens here. Copy this, paste it in, and let me go get the session ID right here, paste, and I'll make this this was 6, so I'll hit enter. And the last thing that happens is that you'd send this JSON to Bob's client, or Bob's, you'd show him this pre-image, or you'd actually, probably with his macaroon, you just run this function, and the function is LNCLI settle invoice with this pre-image. When I run it, it's going to give me an error because no one ever tried to pay that invoice. But yeah, if someone had tried to pay it, he wouldn't have been able to settle it until he got this pre-image, and consequently, it would have been an escrow. But the neat thing is, all we're doing here, like you'll notice, we're not running a node or anything to run this procedure. All we're doing is generating a pre-image and then either giving it to him or not giving it to him. And so the only thing we need to run as a service is a random number generator. And then we never have the funds. It never passes through our node. We never have custody. We don't even have any Bitcoins on our server. The only thing that happens for us is like we get to pick. Do we give the pre-image to him or do we withhold it? Because if we give it to him, he gets the money. And if we withhold it, the transaction cancels and she gets the money back. So yeah, that is how it works. And are there any, now we've done the full thing, including the coin flip. Are there any questions? How could the Oracle know if a seller is dishonest? For example, someone wants to buy sats with an Amazon gift card, and the seller says the redeemer code wasn't valid. I don't know. What you could do there is you could ask Amazon. You could have some kind of partnership with Amazon where you say, was the redeem code valid? It's up to you. You're in control of how you tell if a seller is dishonest, because we don't take a part in that. We just leave it up to the developer to decide how to do it.
Wow, man. This was wild. This was an amazing. Oh, we have another question here.
Yeah, would the coin flip example work in a scenario with more than 2 participants, where each person could bet their desired number of sats? You could do it, but it would be really capital intensive. On the Lightning Network, you only have 2 states of a payment. Either it went through to one recipient or it did not. And so if you wanted to do a coin flip between, like, I don't know, 5 people, what you'd have to do is you'd have to set up a payment to each of the 5 people. Like, let's say it was 1,000 sats. You'd have to send 1,000 sats. Each person would have to send 1,000 sats to every other player. And all of those would be escrowed, but only one of them would be settled. Like, only one person would get the pre-image and the others would all fail. So if you did that, yeah, you could do multiple participants. It would just be capital intensive because you'd have to put up 5 times, however many players there are, that times the bet amount is how much capital you'd have to put up.
And there's no other way around that, yeah?
Well, custody. If you want to do it non-custodial, that's the only way I know how to do it. You could also, we also have the base layer API. So like we do these things on the base layer as well, where there's no time limit. And one of the benefits of the base layer is that you can reduce the capital requirements. Like everyone puts their money into this address, and then you give out the needed key to whichever participant is supposed to win. And then if you did that, you wouldn't take custody of funds because you only have one key, and you need, let's say it's a 5-person game, you need 5. But then you would give the remaining key to the person who is supposed to win. And if you did that, everyone would only have to put up however much the bet amount is, but it would be slower. It wouldn't be on Lightning. It would be more costly as well because there are transaction fees associated with that. But yeah, that is how you could do it with reduced capital requirements.
So many questions. I'm trying to figure out where to start. First of all, this was amazing. I think what you've built there has a possibility of opening like a whole new world of applications and stuff.
Yep.
The obvious one, obviously, you'd be like, oh, you want to do some like coin flip or like betting thing, but I think it gets like a lot more interesting when you start doing other kind of interactions. Like we've been looking at like some bounties, for instance. How can you use something like Lightning Escrowed to set up bounties for this new platform that we're building, BOLT.FUN Makers platform? So maybe we could do another call so we could pick your brain. But we have one other question here. On the topic of random number generator. On the topic of a random number generator tool, can an Oracle also push a real-time market, like from a sports book for a particular game?
Yeah, you could. You could have the players bet on who's going to score next. And then if one side says Team A is going to score next, the Oracle would release the current score. And if that number is the one that increases, then that player gets the money. So yes, you could do real-time games for a particular game. Anything you can, so you as a programmer have full control over what the Oracle says. And if you want to do that, be my guest. It's free and you can use it as long as you want. And we're not even charging fees. So go for it.
So I guess
the betting thing.
So I guess this works best for 2-player games and in 2 players where both players are kind of like known, at least by the application, the service.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The sportsbook service would best know who its players are. Well, they don't have to know their identities, but it does have to know their node pub keys, so it can send so it can detect that so that they can tell it, hey, actually, no, it doesn't even need to know their node pub keys. Well, it needs to know the recipient's pub key so that it can make sure the invoice, because you have to send it the invoice so that it can make sure the amount is correct and the payment hash is correct. Because if you didn't validate that, then the recipient might give an invoice that he has the pre-image for already, and then he could take the money immediately without the escrow. So you do have to give us the invoice, which means we learn the node pub key of the recipient. But you don't need to know the sender, which is great because Lightning has sender privacy. And as long as you spin up a whole new node for each contract, you can even have a new pub key for each contract, which would be cool. Then we wouldn't even have to know the recipient. We would just know a random pub key each time.
So there's another one there. I see a use case in shipping. The shipper can act as the Oracle, issuing the pre-image when the item ships.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. I've also heard somebody suggested once that you could have the buyer of the product come up with the pre-image, and they have to, let's say it's a pizza delivery, but you could do this for any delivery. When the delivery guy comes to the place, he has to hold out a device where they can type in the pre-image, and then that releases the funds to Pizza Hut or whoever's doing the delivery, and only then do they give the product over. So if you did it that way, where the buyer of the product is the one who creates the pre-image, that would be pretty sweet. We don't have that function built in. It's a really good suggestion. In our escrow, we always come up with the pre-image. But yeah, that's a super dope idea. And yeah, you can always write a contract where they hit a button that says, "All right, it arrived," and then and that's when we release the pre-image to the other person.
Man, I'm so excited about this. Like, I am so pumped. Hopefully we could get you scheduled in sometime again this weekend. If you have time, we'll talk offline. And like, hopefully you stay around to do like some mentorship if some people use the API and stuff in the Discord. But so many questions here, so many questions, and I'd love to do some brainstorming with you. But right now we have Evan Kaludis, who's going to be doing a presentation now on what is it? It's LNC Web. Evan's
Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great rest of the hackathon.
Thank you so much, man. All right,
Thanks,
let's get Evan up here. Whoa, look at that haircut. What's going on here, man? Look,
guys, I have to apologize profusely. I saw my meme emoji character get made. I love him, by the way. He's just a little outdated. But, yeah, guys, I'm really happy to join you guys today, be part of this awesome event. Really appreciate everything that's been going around with Shock the Web and BOLT.FUN. So, yeah, should we dive into it?
Let's dive into it. The stage is yours.
All right, so let me just figure out how to share my screen here.
No worries. Whilst you do that, yeah, so Evan's going to be showing off LNC Web by Lightning Labs, and it's super interesting. It's I got a small pitch about it. Haven't been able to play around, and you know, I'm just realizing like how much I'm learning from these events. So I'm like, yeah, it's freaking awesome. All right, your slides are up. Oh, I see a little emoji there too.
Yeah, I hit him down here. I had to.
Yeah, we gotta update it.
Yeah,
that's gonna be difficult when everyone's kind of like changing their hairstyles, and we have to like keep that going.
Well, I'm hoping there's a Shock the Web 3 at least. So.
Oh man, we have like 3 more planned this year.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. Stage is yours.
Let's do it. So, hey guys, my name is Evan Kaludis. Today I'm presenting on behalf of Lightning Labs. We've got a very exciting new product right here. This is Lightning Labs' first NPM module, and it's called LNC Web. So before we dive into what LNC Web is exactly, let's talk about LNC, which is Lightning Node Connect. So a while back, Lightning Labs released this protocol. It's a secure connection protocol for bridging the gap between your Lightning node and the web. So it really is conducive for getting your node connected to a web application. And the main perk, I would say, really is about getting that initial connection. I'm not sure how many people run their own node at home, perhaps behind their router or firewall. It can be very difficult to reach that node from the rest of the world beyond that firewall. Usually you're connecting with something like Tor or I2P. There's some private VPN services like Tailscale, but they're all a bit of a pain to set up. Tor especially is super unreliable, slow, a lot of connection issues, and a lot of people have complaints using it. So we've got Lightning Node Connect, which is sort of a novel solution that sort of addresses a lot of the issues with the alternatives. So we've got 3 pieces with Lightning Node Connect. We've got Lightning Terminal, which I hope a lot of you have used before. It's our web interface for interacting with your node, with Loop, with Pool. And Lightning Terminal also creates and manages your LNC sessions. So these sessions are sort of like your seed mnemonic. It's a 10-word mnemonic pairing phrase. And your session can be just deleted at a moment's instance. And then in the middle, we have our mailbox, which is sort of a proxy server. This is a simple public mailbox that's a bit of a turn relay. There is a special one-way connection stream, which is identified with this 512-bit ID, which is derived from that pairing phrase that you use to make the initial connection. And the way it's designed, it's virtually impossible for anyone to occupy the stream that wasn't authorized to do so with that pairing phrase. You add in all this extra fun PAKE and noise encryption, and it makes listening in on the content virtually impossible. So you got a lot of great security assurances with this model. Ultimately, you're trusting someone in the middle to be operating this proxy of sorts, but that operator doesn't know what you're saying, and really can only just do some light timing analysis. So we got Lightning Terminal. This connect on your node. We've got the relay, the mailbox that anyone could run. Lightning Labs runs one, but that's code is all free and open source. And then on the other side, in your browser, in the application you're trying to run in, is a WebAssembly, a WASM client embedded into that website, and that reference client knows how to talk to the mailbox and is able to send pretty much commands or API calls from our entire stack. So this includes not only just L&D, but Pool, where you could buy and sell channel lease orders, Loop, which is our submarine swap service, and Faraday, which is our accounting service. So right out the gate, you get all 4 of those APIs. And then we get into LNC Web. So LNC Web is focusing on this third part of the connection, the end website and this WASM connection. So we're striving to create a module that makes this setup easy, simple setup for devs. No need to pull in the WASM or any of the secondary JavaScript code there. Oops, apologies. Let me see if I can go back. And just provide a smooth user experience for user just paste in this pairing phrase and get full connectivity to your node. So we sought to make out this module, and we identified a couple of design goals. So we wanted to make it easy to use. First and foremost, the module should make it easy for wallet and app developers to implement LNC in their projects. We want it to be robust, so the API should be flexible to facilitate as many architectures as possible. We set out to expose all the methods from our main applications, L&D, Loop, Pool, Faraday. We got that done. Typing, we made sure to use TypeScript to avoid JavaScript's weak typing. This avoids a lot of bugs and user errors. And we also take advantage of the protobuf definitions that you might see in L&D, Loop, Pool, all of our products. We pull those down directly to create our typings for LNC Web. We also strive to keep it lightweight. There is the size of the module, which we're already working on cutting down, but the bigger issue is the WASM binary. This binary today ends up being something like 40 megabytes, maybe a little under that. So it's quite big. So we wanted to give developers the flexibility to pull it in however made sense for them. Like if it made sense to bundle the WASM directly into their application, you have the ability to do that. If you just want to pull it on the fly, by default, we have our WASM binary pointed to a Google Cloud instance. So that should just download in an instance or two at most. Then we wanted to make the module configurable. So, we know this tool is going to help out developers in a lot of different instances. Those applications might be designed differently. They might perhaps want to take key management into their own hands. So we made the package very configurable. And lastly, we wanted to make the module easily maintained. So our main concern was our APIs. So Lightning Labs has a bunch of API endpoints exposed on L&D, Loop, Pool, Faraday. It's got to be greater than 80 different endpoints. And they're often changing. So we have new parameters, new things you could do with endpoints, new endpoints added. And we didn't want to manually maintain those all. So we made sure that we base all our definitions based on our prototype definitions. So we just got to update our the versions of each release, LND loop pool Faraday, and it's super easy to maintain. And we put it all together, and we got this module. So LNC Web, it's now published, now out there for everyone to use. You can just download it with npm I at Lightning Lab /LNC Web. We've got a documentation page up on docs.lightning.engineering. We're going to be continuing to add to that. And the code is all public on GitHub. So hoping to get some eyes on that and some public contributors. So yeah, let's dive into this module, how you can use it as a dev. So you really just need three things. You need a instance of Node. You need Lightning Terminal running connected to your node. If you need more instructions on that, you can find that back here on the docs.lightning engineering page. Gives you a little rundown about how to connect litd to your node and acquire that pairing phrase. But yeah, this 10-word mnemonic pairing phrase is going to be found in Lightning Terminal, and you can copy it and use it with the app. And within your node project, you'll just run this to install it. Cool. Let's go into some examples then. This is sort of the screen in Lightning Terminal. I have to apologize in advance. I'm having some network connectivity issues at home, so I'm tethered to my phone. Cannot show everyone the connectivity steps here or the demos, but we've got a bunch of code snippets we could run you through. But basically, if you're in Lightning Terminal, you go to the navigation bar, just go to Lightning Node Connect, you'll go on the screen like this. All you have to do is hit this copy pairing phrase button, and you'll get your 10-word pairing phrase. You also have the ability to create different sessions, different pairing phrases, delete them as you wish, toggle them between having all admin access, read, write, or just read. It's super intuitive within Lightning Terminal. So you'll get that pairing phrase, and you can start writing your code. So right up here on line 1, we're importing module, import LNC from Lightning Lab /LNC Web. Pairing phrase is defined as that 10-word pairing phrase that we just got from Terminal Web. And the bare minimum that we need to make a connection is right here, this object here. So const LNC equals new LNC. All we have to do is pass in a pairing phrase, and we'll load all the other defaults. So we'll be connecting to the default host of mailbox.terminal.lightning.today and be making that connection. Then from there, all you would have to do is call .connect, and you can see if the status is connected. Is it is connected? You can see if the WASM is loaded with is ready. Go to disconnect. But perhaps you don't want to use that default host, the default mailbox. You have the option of setting custom server host and go and run your own instance if you so please. If you want to point your users to be using your instance instead of the Lightning Labs instance, you're free to do so. So that's this example right here with pairing phrase and server host. Below that, we have an example of creating this connection with a WASM instance pulled into the app. I believe you got to use your relative path here in this instance. And then below that, we have an instance with a remote path for the WASM client. So yeah, this is the WASM binary, that 40 megabyte file. You can put it on your own CDN, your own website, do as you please. By default, this is going to be the one that pulls from our Google Cloud instance. So yeah, so you have a lot of different configuration options just for getting connected. What we really recommend is using that pairing phrase. The other defaults are okay, but we really encourage using a password here. Now, without having a password specified, the module is not going to save any of your keys to local storage. So you can actually set this password a couple different ways. It doesn't have to be on construction of the LNC object. You could actually do it after the fact. And you could say, hey, this is my LNC instance with my pairing phrase. I'm connected. I'm going to go set the password on it afterwards by setting the value of the password on lnc.credentials.password. From there, the module's smart. Once you set it, the password, it will take the ephemeral stuff, the keys that are saved just in memory, and save it to your local storage using a fresh salt and that password to recover it. Then from there, really, you don't need your pairing phrase per se. You just need that password, and it will decrypt everything for you. Sweet. So I think that's it as far as initial connecting options. Let's show everyone how the APIs work. Actually, we have one more set of options we have on the custom key management. In the LNC object, you can overwrite what's called the credential store. And by default, you could just pass in your password as on the root object. But here you could pass it in manually in the credential store here. We also have the pairing phrase that you could set here, the server host, which is that proxy server. Then we have local key and remote key. And here's this where things get a little complex. We actually have a 2 handshake setup for Lightning Node Connect. And on the first handshake, you are just passing in your pairing phrase, that 10-word mnemonic that you get from Lightning Terminal. From there, the second handshake gets triggered as long as your server client for Lightning Connect supports it and is the latest enough version. You'll go again and create a public local key and the server, a private local key, and the server will create a remote key to pair it with. And then from there, once you make that connection using the second handshake, you'll only need the local key and remote key to make that connection. So no need for that pairing phrase. The good thing about LNC Web is that we'll manage all these keys for you. So as long as you set that password, like I showed you guys in the previous step, the local key and the remote key will be saved into local storage alongside the pairing phrase for backward compatibility reasons. And that way users will only have to be prompted for their password to reconnect, which is really sweet. We've also got a couple other things in here, like an is-paired Boolean and the clear function if you want to clear out your credentials. But yeah, this is super robust. We think we have really awesome smart default for our key creation and management. But if you want to take things into your own hands, you can do that here. Now I think it's time for APIs. So you've gone ahead, you figured out what the best connection flow works for your app and your users. And you just want to start making some calls. So you import everything, you get your phrase, you make that connection. And now underneath this LNC object we've just created, we've got the 4 main services that are part of our stack. So we got LND, Loop, Pool, and Faraday. And then underneath each of these main services are each of the sub-services. So the main service under LND is Lightning. And from there, we can make these calls to it. So the services are camel cased, the sub-services are camel cased. The request names are all camel cased, and all the parameters and responses that you passed in and out of the commands are all camel cased. And these all follow the proto files that I was talking about earlier. So you can find all the documentation for all the calls. I believe we have on our API site. I linked that a little later in. But as I said earlier, we're not just limited to calls on LND. As you can see here, these are 2 on the Lightning call. Here's 1 on the signer if you want to sign a message. But we also have support for calls on Loop, as you can see in the right column, for swaps, for Pool, creating a new Pool account, and for getting your insights from Faraday. You can call that right there. So yeah, this is the full kitchen sink of Lightning Labs calls. We're super excited to expose all of these in LNC Web. Moving on, we also have the ability to subscribe to streaming calls. All these streaming calls, they exist under the subservices, and we've got support for everything that L&D Pool and Loop support in terms of subscriptions. You'll make your call, you'll pass in your params here. On a successful event, you can pass in a handler function. In this example, it's handle new data, and that will get triggered anytime new data comes in. You can also pass in error handler functions to all the subscribe functions and handle those however you see fit in your application. So not only do you get access to all of the synchronous calls, but you can also tie into all our streaming events. So we're really pumped about that too. Then we've got 2 demos that we are bundling in with LNC Web. We've got Kitchen Sink over on the left and the Connect demo on the right. So the Kitchen Sink demo is pretty much showing the access to all the different APIs LNC Web has. You'll paste in your pairing phrase in the main app and hit load optionally and connect, and you'll make your initial connection. You have to pop open the web browser console to see all the calls. But once you make that initial connection, you can go and hit the calls under L&D, Loop, Pool, and see the sort of responses that you're getting back for them. So that's a great starter to kick it off with. The Connect demo is a great illustration of how you could potentially set up LNC for your user flows, what their login flow would look like. So on initial connection, you'll pass in a pairing phrase and a password to encrypt the secure keys with. And then from there, users will be prompted just to enter in their password for reconnection, or optionally pair with a new phrase and enter in a new password. So we really think that these are some really cool demos to get people started off with and understand the basics of LNC Web, how to get started. But we really don't know what people are going to build with this. I think it's really flexible, robust. You're getting the full kitchen sink. So we're really excited what people come up with, and really hope that this tooling helps make building those applications that much easier. So to recap, LNC Web gives us some really awesome benefits. So number 1 is a really easy setup and smooth user experience. There's no need to use Tor, I2P, Tailscale, port forwarding to connect to your node, wherever it is, whether it's in the cloud somewhere or behind your router at home on a Raspberry Pi. Connecting has never been easier. Number 2 is we have access to all of the Lightning Labs APIs. So this means L&D, Loop, Pool, Faraday. And the way we've architected things, it's super easy to update. So I would expect frequent updates. We're hoping for people to be able to implement our latest features and endpoints as soon as possible. And 3, we got some really foolproof key management with super sensible defaults as long as you use a relatively secure password. But if that's not good enough for you, you can rip all that stuff out and override our credentials store. So super robust plugin. It's not just the keys, but your proxy server, where you're pulling the WASM from. It's super extensible, and we hope to continue that design decision and continue to iterate on it, especially now that it's public and people can from all over can contribute. And that's pretty much it, LNC in a nutshell. I want to thank you all for listening in today. I have linked the documentation for the module, our GitHub page, our NPM. That's all up there. Note that the package is currently on version 0.0.1 alpha.rc1. We're going to have an RC2 out hopefully by the end of the week. That cuts down on the bundle size a little more. And we're going to be continuing to iterate on this. Like I said, we're really excited about this, excited to see what people build with it, and we're excited to help support in any way. So here at the bottom, I leave you all with all the API references from LND, Loop, Pool, and Faraday, so you guys can tap into that, know how to make your calls with LNC Web, and start building the applications that you guys are dreaming about building a little bit easier. And I also linked to the LND developer Slack. I personally am going to be on there this weekend, as well as on the BOLT.FUN channel on Bitcoin design. I don't bite, so please reach out if you have any questions. This is super early module. There's going to be a lot of iteration on it. And we're really just looking to hear back from people, get their feedback, and get that feedback loop rolling. Because once that gets going, I think what it's an amazing project is going to become even that much more amazing. And yeah, that's all I got. So I'll open it up to questions if anyone's got them.
It's waffling time. We're gonna waffle for a little bit. Yeah, so Evan, thanks for showing this off. And I think you kind of missed one I think you missed one kind of detail. Are you announcing this here at Shock the Web for the first time publicly?
Yeah, this is it. This is it.
This is it.
You know, we saw this as the perfect opportunity to announce it. Just wanted to jump on the bandwagon, help support development of, you know, Lightning applications on the web. We're just super pumped. I think I'm going to actually take the module and put together a little hackathon project this weekend.
Yes.
Sort of scratch my own itch. Yeah, just I'll be around. If anyone, again, needs help, reach out. We're looking for feedback. Everything is open with this project, and we're just super excited. Had a lot of the team just working on this, helping out. It's finally in people's hands, and I'm really stoked for people to mess with it and for us to keep iterating on it. It's gonna be great.
I think some of like the use cases of this, because like this was a lot, and as you said, there's like how much over like 70 API, like 7 different functions and stuff to be able to call.
Yeah, it's a lot. So we're pretty happy about this. So we've actually got 2 integrations in the works right now using this module. So we're also pleased to announce that the LNC Web module will be built into Terminal Web. That PR is underway. We've ripped out like tens of thousands of lines of code that this module now handles. We're really excited about that. You're going to get all the same functionality you have in Terminal Web today, just a little bit different under the hood. And it sounds like our friends over at Albi will also be releasing LNC support in Albi using this module. They previously had a PR where they were constructing the LNC setup all manually themselves, you know, custom WASM and whatnot. They'll be opening up this PR publicly to people soon, so they can compare and contrast, hopefully see how many fewer lines of code it takes to get your node connected with this module. Yeah, I think people would be quite pleased about that.
I was speaking with Boomi, and he was mentioning also that it might be possible to kind of like inject the library into websites as well. I don't think that's the implementation that that currently exists, but yeah, I'm super excited just to see how those interactions are going to start working. Let me ask you, Evan, because like some of the people on this hackathon, they're just kind of starting out. I heard today that it's someone's first hackathon, right? And we have a lot of like developers who maybe, you know, just starting out. Shout out to Kala from Nigeria. They're this educational effort going on there, and yeah, some of those guys and girls and people are like learning about Bitcoin and Lightning like right now, right? They may have like just started setting up their nodes and starting to connect to it and stuff. I saw some applications and stuff getting built there. So, like with consuming all of this information, like about Bitcoin itself, and then figuring out how to like utilize that to come up with an idea to build something, it's a lot, right? So
Yeah.
I'm wondering if me and you could do a little brainstorming right here to see if, like what kind of like ideas some people at the hackathon can work on, because it'll just like get the, imagination rolling and stuff.
Sure thing. So, okay. So for what I'm thinking, I have a background in music, a little bit at least, and I'm really interested about what Lightning can do with our interactions with music, the possibility of cutting out these third-party middlemen like Spotify that take really bad rates, and really just leaning into seeing what we could do with streaming payments, as far as all sorts of multimedia. So theoretically, we can do something where we have like a Bandcamp sort of clone where an artist can go and upload a few albums and set prices for them for both download and streaming. And LNC Web could help facilitate that, have users easily connect to their nodes to make payments or receive payments on the other side of the puzzle. And yeah, it's just an itch I wanted to scratch. Probably be more dependent on figuring out all the streaming libraries and whatnot, because the Lightning stuff is so easy. Once you have the API exposed like this, you just listen to a payment to see if it's been made and trigger an event like a track being played. Something like that would be really cool. That being said, I'm not sure what people will make. I'm just trying to scratch my own itch as always.
Yeah. So okay. So let's say you set up you drop that WASM that library LNC Web into your page. Would you also be able to use it for like some backend services? Because you said you have to like listen for like certain kind of events, right? Like yeah, that event of like a payment being made. So like, could you also use it on the server side, or is it just in the browser itself?
So right now it's really most conducive just to for the front end browser, because we're executing this WASM. But I'm curious to see what people could do. I think there's room for some creativity, maybe rigging up some server backends. But it's a little more involved. I would say this is more ideal for users coming in and wanting to plug in their nodes to interact with a specific application.
Okay, so then to get that event back to the website, is there some kind of like listener functions or something?
Well, you can use those subscribe calls.
Subscribe calls. Okay.
So the subscribe calls, you can end up listening for invoices being paid or new payments coming in. So you got a lot of flexibility there.
Okay, so that's the subscribe transactions or subscribe channel events. Okay, nice. And a channel event would be like an open or close or something like that, right?
Exactly. It also throws on if the state gets thrown, like if it goes offline, but don't hold me to that. Yes, but something like subscribe invoices would be perfect. Or
oh wow, I see there's a list invoices call as well. There's a list invoices, so it would be able to list the invoices of that node, right?
Yeah, you can pull all the invoices, then you can do a lookup invoice call on that individual one you're looking for. So there's actually a lot of flexibility you'll have.
Okay.
And, just another perk of just having the whole kitchen sink. It's pretty awesome, from having your wallet unlocker there to being able to set up a watchtower or just connect with the client. All our signing libraries with PSBTs and LND. New Taproot stuff that's just coming out in 0.15. We'll have that out as soon as that releases out. Super exciting stuff all around.
Would this library be able to like so you mentioned like Taproot? If you need to do any kind of like signature stuff, like I guess, are there like some helper functions that you might want to use, like this just keeps cracking me up. Are there Sorry. I need to turn that off. Are there any kind of like helper functions that you might want to use to like make certain actions that are off node easier? Or like or most of the functions like for like on the node itself?
Most of them are interacting with the node directly, but there's some certain actions that don't necessarily interact with the network like right out the gate, right?
Okay.
So like if you're just generating an invoice or not giving it out, or you're generating a PSBT and not broadcasting it.
Okay.
So there's some instances there.
We have a question here, or I think it's a question. If we're talking ideas, I've always been interested in Lightning-enabled SaaS dashboards. Rather than paying per user per month, you could pay by actual usage. Definitely, 100%. I am stressing this so much. Like every time we have these events, every time we talk about Lightning, this is exactly what it's about, right? And I'm going to quote Roy again from Breeze. Subscriptions on the internet are like if someone wants a glass of milk, they have to buy the whole cow. I think that's the best analogy for the subscription business model. I absolutely hate it because it's so like conniving. Okay, sorry.
No, I'm totally John, very 100% with you.
I'm gonna stop around.
We've got this great new payment network that makes it conducive to do micro payments. Like imagine
what's it called?
Imagine like paying like 2 cents on a credit card transaction. Like they'd be like, no, you can't do that. It's going to be have to process. So not only do we have this network that allows us to facilitate transactions of such a small amount, and hopefully we could keep those micro payments rolling as long as possible. But we also have the units to be pricing these goods in, right? Now that we have stuff like a millisatoshi, even though they won't settle on chain, you are able to just pay for things so granularly now. I think that's really where this whole network shines. The new services and micropayments that are going to be able to be made on this network that we previously couldn't do before. So I think the coolest apps are not going to be made just trying to recreate, the cool stuff that we have now, but trying to think a little bit outside that box and think about what we can provide now that we couldn't previously provide. So,
yeah, I got a question here. What is a millisatoshi?
Excellent question. So a single Satoshi is 100 millionth of a Bitcoin, and it's the smallest unit of Bitcoin that you can, transact with on chain. On Lightning, we can go smaller than that. We do 1,000th of a Satoshi, and it's called a millisatoshi. It doesn't resolve on chain though, so take that as you will.
Yeah, thanks for that. Like I said, like some of the people starting up here, they're just coming in, and I think one project that could be kind of like nice to get started with is like visualization projects, right? If like if you're not like if doing like the whole payment call and subscribing to events, maybe that's a little too much, and for you, we could just like visualize and start inspecting the data. So tell us what kind of data can you pull out of this? And I know you said there's a bunch of API calls, but like let us know. Like we have you on here, so let us know. Teach us about them.
Okay, so
what's your top 3 favorite ones? Let's say the data that you can pull.
Oh, okay. So just data you could pull. I would say I really like the fees call. I personally have my node up in a good location and put a lot of capital on it. So I like to see different payments that I've routed in different periods. And the fees call will get that all for you. Fee report and the forwarding history, super useful calls. For cool graphics, I would say a really interesting one would be Describe Graph. This lets you get the latest graph state from the Lightning Network. So this means all the nodes that you've heard about on the Gossip Network and then also all the edges or channels that connect those nodes that you've heard about. You can get back massive amounts of data, and we've actually seen a lot of cool Lightning Network visualizations. It's been quite breathtaking to see as the network has expanded. But I think there's still room for some fun innovation there. So excited to see what people could cook up there.
The Lightning Network graph.
Yeah.
Plus music visualized. Whoa.
Oh, there we go. That's an idea. We could have it like pulsating, with the beat, and you can see the path it's coming from. Maybe, I don't know.
Lightning Network music. Okay, that was just 2. Come on, what's the third one?
Let me think. Getting all your list of channels, that could be fun. You could do a breakdown of how those channels are allocated as far as what your balance is locally versus remotely. You could also do something where you show the channel sizes relative to all the rest of your channels. So like your big channel could be proportionally to scale, and then you could see how big the other ones are relative to it. That's a good one too. But really nothing is going to compare to the sheer amount of data that you get from that describe graph call. I think you could have a lot of fun there as long as you don't mind parsing a big amount of data.
Is it possible to filter it on the terminal side, or like before it comes to the browser? Is it possible to filter some of those out, or do you have to filter it whilst it's in the browser?
We do have some parameters on it. Let's see. Okay, so describe graph, you can't really filter down too much, but you can decide to filter on your unannounced channels or not. So you can say, okay, this visualization is going to be public. Let me not announce my channels on it if it's detailed enough. But a lot of the describe graph stuff you probably want to parse yourself, and is also going to be dependent on how long you have your node online. You have a node online for a year, it's going to have a lot more graph data than something you put on 5 minutes ago.
So what I'm thinking about here is page 1, you say, okay, so you can make this client-side application, right? It could be hosted on Google Pages, Netlify, Vercel, wherever you want to, right? This client-side application, FTP, that's still a thing, guys, right? Right?
Taking me back, Johns.
I'm sorry, I'm having fun with this. I ate food today. That's a big deal. Okay, so you have this client-side application, JavaScript, React, jQuery, whatever you want, and you have some form fields where someone could put in layer configuration details, and that feeds into the functions, whatever that you create to connect to your node, right? So you're basically creating an interface now, right, for anyone to be able to drop in their configurations and stuff, and then get their data on their node visualized. I think that's something that could be possible.
Yeah, for sure. I think our second demo, the Connect demo, once you sign into it, it pulls down your basic node data. So, how many channels you're connected to, how many are offline, major balances, I think. So yeah, that could be a great spot where instead of pulling the get info, you pull down the graph data, and everyone could get a visualization using your algorithm for mapping that data out. That could be a cool project for sure.
And then the music. I mean, it's BOLT.FUN, right? We have to have fun with it. Come on.
Of course. Why else would we be here? So
and fun is also mandatory. It's you have no other option but to have fun here.
I like that.
All right. All right. Oh, I see signed message. Ooh, signed message. That's pretty cool. I'm really excited for signed message-based stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just everything you can do on CLI, it's available for you in LNC Web. So.
Okay. So are you going to be around during the hackathon? You're going to be available for mentorship?
Yeah, of course. Like I said, I'm going to be in the BOLT.FUN channel on the Bitcoin Design Slack. and I'll be around on the L&D Dev Slack too. So any
Okay,
questions,
cool.
reach out to me on there. I also have my DMs open on Twitter, and yeah, we'll also be tracking the LNC Web GitHub pretty closely. So if you want to iterate on anything there, feel free to open up a PR. If you've got an idea or an issue, feel free to open up an issue. And yeah, there'll be much more to come.
We're going to, we also have this Discord. We just set it up.
Discord.
Yeah, Discord. Yeah. I mean, so many channels, right, man? But I wonder if we could get you to do like, we tried this last time, this kind of like lightning design sprint. Maybe we could go through with you one time for like an hour or two this weekend. Whilst the event is going on, and just like, I don't know, try to come up with an idea, design it, and maybe you build it, or whoever else.
Cool. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Very excited to see what people build. Happy to help out however I can. Willing to listen to praise and criticism on this module to make it better. And yeah, we're also going to have some of those other integrations out real soon between Terminal Web and Alby. We'll be sharing those as they're ready to go.
All right. I see Ed came up here. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry, having a bit of lag on my computer. Yeah, that was awesome. I also am pretty interested in the whole music streaming thing as well. Did some, I was doing some napkin maths the other day on like streaming services and how much, if you paid someone like 5 sats per minute or something, how many minutes they would need in order to make like minimum wage or something like that compared to like Spotify or Apple or some of those other platforms. It was like 5 in the morning, got up for a call. I couldn't go to bed, so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna do this stuff. But yeah, I think it's a really interesting model, so I would love to see that built out. I've used Bandcamp a lot and stuff. I've also like released music on Bandcamp in the past, so anything that supports artists and uses sats, I'm super down for it. So yeah, if we can do a design sprint this weekend or something of that sort, or help you out in whatever way, yeah, we'd love to do that. But thanks so much for coming along. It's great to hear all about it, and looking forward to seeing what people come up with this LNC web package.
Me too. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity, and yeah, just very, very excited about the project and excited to see what people do with it. Yeah, that's it.
Cool. All right. Well,
thanks so much, Evan.
I guess I'll catch you guys on Slack and Discord. And yeah, I think we got a really awesome presentation by Hannah next on LSAT. That'll be awesome.
Yes, yeah, exactly. This one is going to be on LSATs. Yeah, so
exciting stuff.
All right, man. We'll catch you in a bit then. Take care. Eddie, before Hannah comes on, do you? I think we have a few minutes, no?
Yeah, we do. We can discuss things for a couple minutes.
Yeah. How are you finding the event so far? Oh, someone asked for the Discord link. If not sure if I'm here. Am I here?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you. Cut out briefly for a second, but it's all good.
All right. Cool. Yeah. So if anyone's looking for the Discord link, just go to BOLT.FUN, click on Hackathons, and it's right on the right sidebar. BOLT.FUN. It's a website, HTTPS, because you gotta keep it secure. Got all your certificates and stuff. Eddie, yeah, I just wanted to take a little breather for a little bit. What a day, man. Why did we sign up for 7 hours of live streaming and stuff? Why? Tell me.
Oh man, it's been really great. I mean, I've learned a lot. I can obviously only engage with like so much of the workshops, being a slightly non-technical person, but even just learning about all of the possibilities that are kind of coming into the fray with Lightning, and how creative some makers can get with a bunch of these tools. It's super inspiring to see all of this stuff, and yeah, really happy. I'm also I don't want to speak too soon. I know that we have one more workshop to go, but I'm really happy with how the streaming software's worked as well. So yeah, cheers to that. But yeah, what about you? What have any key takeaways from today? What's we don't want to share favorites and stuff like that, but everything's been pretty great, I have to admit.
Your talk was my favorite.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Probably the most important one.
No, this has been like really fantastic. And why do we sit down here to for 7 hours, like frantically trying to get streams, answering people and all that? Why do we do it? Because yeah, it's fun, and it is like providing so much value to me. I don't know about you guys, but to me alone, it's providing hella value. But I really do hope it's providing value to the community and new people who are coming into the space. We're hoping that you find it also fun, enjoyable, friendly. That's what we're all about. Learning together, togetherness is a big deal, and having fun is also a big deal. I don't know if we went into it in the beginning, but we were talking about like like a couple weeks or months ago when we were trying to like figure out like what the like what the messaging is and what our principles are and stuff like that. We did some brand sprints and stuff around that within Peak Shift and whatnot, and we came up with these two kind of like principles, missions, I don't know what you call it. It's having fun and togetherness. So the having fun part is kind of like about accessibility and inclusivity, right? A lot of these topics are very technical. And I know maybe some of them today might still go over some of your heads, right? But if it's interesting enough that you kind of like get a little bit and it seems exciting for you, then stick with it and keep going down that rabbit hole. Ultimately, we want people from all over the place to be able to, just get starting to build Lightning applications. And, we threw around this term Web 3.0 and stuff like that. And we spoke earlier with Roy and Christoph and John Carvalho about how this is, some kind of bastardization of the term, and it's changed over time and all this kind of thing. And, like we really believe that, Bitcoin is going to be the internet's native currency. And a lot of people just don't know that the things that you can do along this trend of like web applications and all that, they're super possible right now. We've seen this LNC web, how you could get all this bunch of data onto your, like into a browser window, not having to run a server besides your node. Then we see this Lightning Escrow, an API that you can now do some interesting coin flips and two-player kind of games with different kind of with the Oracle determined outcomes and setting those payouts to go. And then we have this template now, this template to like kind of like start off with using WebLN. And now we're going to do something with LSATs, which, I'm super stoked to hear about. So there's all these tools, all these cool things, new design patterns that are coming out. And yeah, I'm just like super excited for, people coming in, listening here, and helping kind of like drive this new architecture for, Bitcoin web applications, Lightning web applications. So that was my waffling. I'm sorry. I went off. Yeah,
no, of course. I see Hannah's just away from her seat from it, so maybe we can keep that going. I love all of these gestures that are coming up on your, like, whenever you raise your hand, there's like a new one that comes up. You did the 1+1, and then you put them together, and it's like, oh, it's a heart. Like, I feel like we're discovering new things every day. But yeah, there's been a lot of talk today. There have been some like ideas thrown around. Like you said, we had that chat with Roy and Christoph and stuff. So I'm hoping people are getting ideas for Lightning web apps. But is there anything that's been a standout to you in terms of something which has maybe got you excited? Like you mentioned, the HODL voice. There's been a lot of chit chat in our Discord around that as well, and potential ideas for apps. But yeah, has there been anything which has stood out to you in particular?
Well, OV1, talking about the Discord, OV1 posted something quite interesting. Yeah, so like a pay as you view / on demand kind of thing. I'm still like trying to read through the idea is posted in the idea channel, and I see something about Tai Chi master and stuff. So that should he's writing up like a user story about it. So this is really cool. Something about reputational. Yeah, that sounds really cool. There's a bunch of people looking for teams and ideas and stuff to hack on as well. So I would encourage people to jump in the team building and ideas and lobby inside of our Discord. But things that are standing out to me, I don't know, man. Like I feel like there's so much information in my brain now that I just want to get hacking, and I don't know, like, yeah. I just want to start building something, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
for
yeah.
sure. I mean, Evan was talking about scratching his own itch. I mean, we organize these events, but I'm hoping one day we can actually take part of them, and it's not going to come across as super biased, because long time ago, Johns and I actually met at a hackathon, right? That's how this relationship all started. So it seems fitting that we're now kind of running these hackathons, but yeah, lots of really cool stuff to come. And yeah, if you would like to talk a little bit about any ideas you have, or things that you're hacking on, maybe you're looking for team members, things like that, feel free to jump in the Discord. There is a link there in the YouTube comments. By the way, it will expire in about 7 days, so if you're watching this a week or so after the event, it might not work, but hopefully people can find their way in there. But yeah, I think that's probably enough waffling from us, right, Johns? I think it is about time that we can hand it over to Hannah from Lightning Labs. Yeah, she's going to be giving a workshop on LSATs and the Aperture framework. So I'll invite her in. There we go. Hey, Hannah,
there,
how's
Hannah.
it going?
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Audio working. Excellent.
Cool. How's it going?
Pretty good. It's a nice Thursday afternoon, chilling.
How
Cool,
have you been
great.
able to see any of the other talks and stuff so far?
Just a few. I'm busy just trying to, make sure my demo actually works. Today. So,
Oh, you're going to be doing a live demo.
So it's the worst, right? But it's fun. We'll do it.
You're brave. Let's go.
We like a bit of risk.
You got to go for it, right? There you go. Hey,
Hey. All right. Well, we're just going to give you the stage. You mentioned if anyone has questions, just like dump them on whilst they come in, right? Okay,
yeah,
no problem.
Yeah, this stuff is fun, and it's always the most fun is the interaction. So I'm happy to take questions whenever they come up.
No problem.
But let me start the slideshow and share my screen here.
All right, we're going to give you the stage now.
All right. right, share screen. I think I'm sharing a second screen. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, we are building on Lightning with LSATs. I think this plays in really just flows nicely after the conversation you are having just with Evan and about the different services you can provide with Lightning and how people can get paid via Lightning rather than other more centralized services. And one of the tools that might come in really handy in trying to set that up would be LSATs. So let's dig into it. Oh, hold on. There we go. All right. So what we'll do here is we'll talk about what are LSATs, talk about why LSATs, why you should care about them. We'll do a bit of a deep dive into how LSATs are created. Then we'll look at the different use cases for them. Then we'll do the demo. And then if, time permitting, we'll see how we go. We'll dive into the tools for working with LSATs. I'm using a tool called Aperture, and we can look at how that works. And if we have time, we'll go into the server and look at config files and how that gets all set up. And I've got lots of links for you all in the slides if you are interested in this and decide you want to play with it too. There's tons of resources and I'll link to them here. And then we'll do some Q&A, again, time permitting. We definitely want to get down to the demo and then the rest we'll just see how we go. All right, so if you want to participate and try out LSATs for yourself, I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. I have a demo site, which is what's working as of about an hour ago. So we should be able to do the demo. What you'll need to follow along with that is Postman or just know how to use curl on the command line. Just any tool to make API calls should be sufficient. You'll just need to make a GET request, and then you'll need to construct your LSAT and put it in the header of your request. In order to construct an LSAT, it does require proof of payment. So you'll have to be able to send a BOLT.FUN, pay a BOLT.FUN invoice on the testnet, because this is all running on the testnet. And you'll have to have a node or a wallet that will show you the pre-image from making that payment, because you need to grab that pre-image as proof of payment. So if you have these requirements met, then you can participate in the demo. All right, so let's dive into it. What are LSATs? All right, LSATs are Lightning Service Authentication Tokens, right? So they're a new standard for charging for services and authenticating users on distributed networks. They allow users to authenticate and show proof of payment for services with just a token rather than a username or password. All right, so we could spend an entire session just on talking about why that's important, why it's important to be able to authenticate and use services with just a token rather than a username and password, and how that could change the structure of services on the internet. And we could do a deep dive into that. But since we're doing more of a technical deep dive today, we're just kind of skim over that lightly. Just mention that it's really awesome, because imagine if you, as say someone who's providing a service, imagine if you could not need to collect and store any user data, not even an email address, right? So you could have services that respect your customer's privacy, and it really eases the burden on you running a service, not having to collect data, but then also protect that data, right? So you won't have to deal so much with that data breach issue and whatnot. You could do metered billing, which is cool. You can do stateless verification. How about as a user? What if you could use Lightning payments to pay for services and APIs without creating an account? You all were just talking about how much you hate subscription services, and I so agree. There's so many times, like how many times does your friend send you some article you want to read that's behind a paywall? It's like I would totally pay 25 cents to read that article. Absolutely would, but no way am I going to sign up for a year's subscription to some new service that I'm never going to read it, right? So this LSATs are a tool that could potentially help change this model, right? So you don't have to have a subscription. You can just pay, I'm just going to pay you while I stream that content, or I'm just going to pay you 25 cents or 2 cents or $1 or whatever the case may be for some particular piece of content that I'd like to have access to. So that would be really, really cool. I really hope that happens. All right, so imagine if you could also get an LSAT, right, this token, and then you could narrow the permissions on it and share it with others, maybe even sell it to others, who knows, right? So you could say, hey, I have this access token, which is good for a month, but I'm gonna narrow it down and say it's good for a week, and then I'm gonna give it to you so you can use it for a week, right? You can do that. It just gives you much more fine-grained control on when interacting with these things, which is pretty cool. All right, and what if you could not have to reveal your identity to a third-party authentication service? Privacy, wouldn't that be nice? And also just less reliance on these third parties. How often do you sign into things using, Google or Facebook or one of these, tech giants? And what if you didn't have to do that if you didn't want to? That would be quite cool. All right, so that is very, very roughly, although again, we could spend an entire session on that. That's, what an LSAT does for you and why you might care about it. And now we'll go into how it actually works. First, I need to give a shout out to Leo at Lightning Labs, because this next set of slides here that goes through all the hashing that happens, these were created by him, and he was kind enough to let me borrow them. So thank you, Leo. All right, from cookies to LSATs. All right, so cookies are the current status quo of identifiers, right? You go to some sort of service, you have to set up an account, you give them your information, or you authenticate via Google or Facebook or some other one of those. And then you get a little cookie, which is some data, which you put on your computer, your device, and then that authenticates you, right? But we're going to take that and say, that's pretty basic, right? Maybe we can expand upon that and make that much cooler. So we're going to talk about macaroons, which are fancy cookies, right? They're cookies that are signed, right? Well, you have a secret. Excuse me, I've got to let the dog into the room before she scratches up my door. There we go. Okay, so you can, add some, a secret, a key to it, and then you do some hashing, and then you can use that to, attenuate these things and add. Who let the dogs out? Yeah, let her in. She's going to want to go back out shortly as soon as she spots a lizard somewhere. But we'll deal with that when it happens. So you can, add features to them, and there's some cryptography involved, so you can kind of have a bit more trust in them. All right, so that's going from a cookie to a macaroon, which we'll walk through in a second. But then we can go from cookie to macaroon to LSAT. So that's an LSAT is essentially a macaroon, but that includes proof of payment. So we will dive in to how this all works. Okay, so let's start with a cookie, which is just this ID, this number here. This is an identifier, often a random number with metadata or instructions. All right, it's a bare asset. Your cookie is your key. All right, drawbacks are permissions and metadata need to be maintained in a back-end database, right? So once you authenticate some user, you give them a cookie, you kind of have to keep a record of all of what's going on. Okay, this cookie is maybe associated with this account, they're allowed to do this or that or the other thing, right? It's a lot of maintenance on the back end. All right, so can we do better with macaroons? Spoilers, yes we can. Here's how. All right. Turning a cookie into a macaroon by signing it. So essentially you have a key, which is just a very, very simple secret, right? Here we're just using the actual word secret, right? And that is our secret that we're using to, secure these macaroons. So very, very simply, right, this is what's called an HMAC, which is hashed message authentication code. Basically, what you do, right, is you take that secret with that ID. You can do this on your command line if you'd like. You take the secret, you put it together with the ID, and you hash it. Boom, and you get this hash. Now, someone cannot reproduce that hash, right, unless they have the secret, right? So if this, you took this instead of just this ID, right? But instead you took that very simple cookie and turned it into a macaroon just by adding this secret to it and hashing it. So if someone shows up and hands you this, they're going to give you that ID and that hash, right? And you can look at that, and your server can then go, okay, if I take my secret and I hash it together with that ID, do I get this string here? Do I get this hex number? And then if it matches, then yes, indeed, only someone who is aware of that secret could have created this hash. Therefore, I can be pretty assured that this came from my server. So I can give it a thumbs up and let it through, right? But let's go through, that's the very basics of it. Let's just go through step by step how we can, add to it and then get all the way down to the actual LSATs. Okay, so one of the first things we could do is add an expiry date. This one's a couple of months here in the past, but you could add an appropriate expiry date to it. So now we're going into how you can attenuate them, right? So first we had just the ID, we added our secret to it, we hashed it, boom, that's our macaroon. Now we're going to add another attenuation to it. We're going to say this expires at this particular date. So we add in the expiry date, and we do it again. Essentially, we take, so we take that first, macaroon that we got, that, hex string there, and then we hash it again together, this time with the expiry date, and then boom, we get a new one, right? That's now our new macaroon. Cool. And now we just need that new data, because if you then have this is your macaroon, and then you show up to a server and you give them this information, with this information, if I know the secret, then I can recreate that, boom, 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 all the way down to that final line. And then again, I can know this came from my server. So this ID has this, macaroon, which is valid until this date. All right, we can do that again. So a user could attenuate this again. Maybe you want to give it to your friend and let them use this service for a day. You can add this other attenuation on it, which says, hey, it's good just until this day, right? Go through the exact same process, take that, what the macaroon was, put it together with the new attenuation, hash it, boom, you get a new one. And again, the server can go through the same steps. If I know the secret, I can recreate the whole thing. All right, so hopefully we got that. Now we get to the how do we take these cool cookies that you can attenuate and then turn them into LSATs. All right, so now I'm assuming everyone kind of has a pretty basic understanding of Bitcoin and Lightning. So what we're going to be talking about here are BOLT.FUN payments on the Lightning Network. And when you send a BOLT.FUN payment, you in the invoice that you get to pay, there is this payment hash. When you then successfully, or when you send payment, then what you get sent back on the network, go through the whole settlement process, what the information that works its way back to you is this pre-image. And the payment hash, right, is just a hash of that pre-image. The pre-image is like another secret number, right? And if you then are able to obtain that pre-image, that is proof that you have indeed completed that payment. So in a BOLT.FUN payment, the pre-image counts as proof that you did indeed pay. So what a server can do is say, hey, and we'll watch this in action when we do the demo portion of this, is you request, in this case, we have a very, very simple content server up, and you're gonna, make a GET request at, a specific path and say, hey, I'd like this particular piece of content. The server is gonna stop you and it says, whoa, whoa, you gotta pay for that. So here's, 402 error code, payment required, right? Then I'm also going to give you an invoice that you can pay. But I'm also going to give you a macaroon, and that macaroon is attenuated with the payment hash, right, from that invoice. So I give you this macaroon. Once you pay that, then you can give me that macaroon back with proof of payment, and then I can let you in. So the idea here is that we'll just take this macaroon, how we've constructed it, it's got expiry date, and then we'll just attenuate it with that payment hash. Cool. And then we have this new macaroon, which is attenuated with the payment hash. This is what it looks like here. And then we can add to it our pre-image that we got from making that payment. So now imagine you're the server. You've gone and created this macaroon that, attenuated with the payment hash. You've given it to someone along with the Lightning invoice. They then pay that. Then they have the macaroon plus the pre-image. Then they give it all back to you and say, hey, give me access to your content. I've got proof that I paid. So the service can now verify the full LSAT. We'll go through this next section here, which is just walking through how it verifies it one more time. And then I've gone through this part a bit quickly. So if anyone has any questions, once we finish this verification portion, would be a great time to ask them. All right. So again, the server just recreates just takes this information that we've got right here and just recreates the whole macaroon. And if it has the secret, right, then it can recreate it and get the exact same data at the bottom that is present here. And if it can successfully recreate it using this secret, then the server can be assured that, okay, indeed, this person, I created this macaroon and someone's now giving it back to me. All right, so the first thing you do, again, is you just take that ID, you add to it the secret, you do the hash, boom, you get that new number down there. Then you add to that the expiry date, you hash it again, boom, you get the next number. Then you add the payment hash, which is from that invoice that you gave that customer trying to get your content. You do the hash again, boom, you get that one. Now, when it's an LSAT, you also do the additional verification of taking that pre-image and making sure that hashing it equals that payment hash so that you can be sure that that string they're giving you is the secret that was then hashed into that payment hash. All right, so if you go through it and evaluate the macaroon and then verify just that the pre-image matches the payment hash from the macaroon, then you can be like, you've ticked all your boxes. There we go. I did indeed create this macaroon, give it to someone along with an invoice. They paid the invoice, and here they are. Boom, authentication, done. Let that person in to your service. All right. So, here we go. We'll just watch this nice little animation that we made for, we have a video up on the Lightning Labs YouTube channel. That walks through just the basics that we're discussing here, and this is the animation from that. Just gives you a nice visual. Okay, so if anyone has any questions on what we just covered there, now would be a good time to go into it. If you really want to dig into, all the specific hashing algorithms used and how it all works. There are lots of great links in the LSAT section up on docs.lightning.engineering, and I'll link to some of them here as well. All right, so LSAT benefits. All right, can be attenuated by the service or the user. No need to maintain a database of clients. Really makes things much easier for a service operator. All right, permissions can be complicated and unique. So you can kind of create what you like on there. You can say, I'm going to give this particular, I'm going to give someone access to this particular portion of my services, or limit it by date, or whatever else you can think of that your server is capable of verifying. You can do that too. All right, it includes proof of payment, but not price, just includes proof of payment. But if you can Feel satisfied that your server did indeed create the macaroon that has the payment hash, and then they have the pre-image that matches that hash. You can be like, okay, they paid the amount that I told them to pay, whatever that may have been at that time. All right. And then allows for wholesale pricing. You can add third-party caveats. It's cool stuff. All right, there are a couple of drawbacks to this. Hard to revoke. Basically, the way you can make a macaroon invalid going forward is to then just remove that secret off your server, delete it, so you can no longer validate it, right? So that's kind of, it has to be a big bulk deletion, right? You can't just delete one user's macaroon because you don't really have things organized quite like that, unless you have maybe different tiers of services that are signed with macaroons using different keys, perhaps. Then you'd have to delete everything in that particular tier when you deleted that key. All right. LSATs include an identifier, which, okay. Okay, so if you want to specifically blacklist someone, right, then you have to include some sort of identifier, but then that goes back to you have to maintain a database, right? So there are some drawbacks to doing it this way. All right, but you need to know the secret to verify them. If you lose your secret, you can't verify any macaroons, any of your own macaroons, which is a problem. All right, and again, here are further reading if you want to really dig into how macaroons are created and really get all the nitty-gritty specifics. This is an excellent place to go. And this tool is excellent. I'd forgotten about it and just accidentally ran across it again today on the interwebs. It's an excellent tool if you want to play with this stuff. All right, cool. So now we'll go into maybe some ideas for what LSATs could be used for, how someone could use them. Okay, so you can imagine if you could use Lightning payments to pay for services and APIs without creating an account or manually obtaining keys. Now, there are so many different ways that we could use this stuff, and I'm sure all kinds of things that I haven't even begun to consider. My favorite use case, which I'm really waiting to have happen, is to pay for content on the internet. I would really be so happy to just have some browser extension where I could just pay 5 cents to read that article instead of signing up to all the different services. And a lot of times I am really happy to pay content creators for giving me good content. I just don't want to do a subscription because I'm going to read your stuff, you know, twice a year, right? So I think that's the use case I'm really excited about, but there's so many things out there that would be quite neat. All right, so no need to collect and store user data. So privacy improvements, which are also really awesome. I think these are repeats from what we discussed earlier. All right, so you can do paid API services. You can do Lightning paywalls. Like LSATs could be used with a variety of computing services, decentralized metered container execution services, serverless micro VMs, and many, many more that we haven't even thought of yet. Maybe you all will think of some really, really cool use cases for them. All right, here's some examples of where LSATs are used currently. I actually need to update this slide. I've learned about a few more recently. So I think there are cool tools that are starting to be used more and more. All right, so now we've come to the demo portion. I believe I'm sharing my full screen here. So I should be able to show you all this. Yeah, cool. All right, so I'm going to exit the full screen here, and I'll show you this little website that I created. Hannah's mildly amusing crypto memes. The meme functionality is not up at the moment. We're just going to do quotes today, but the meme functionality will be back very, very soon. Just trying to get the content server to serve up images properly. But I'm going to add some more instructions here too, I think, in the future. So you can bookmark this URL if you'd like. I'm going to add a few more things to it. So this will be just a general LSAT demo site that you can play with in the future. But let's walk through how we're going to do this. So we're going to do just a basic GET request. All right, so here is my Postman. Let's just, what's that? That doesn't matter. Okay, all right. So here we're going to do quote number 1. I'm going to turn off this authentication. All right, so I'm gonna hit this server and be like, hey, give me the first quote you have. It's gonna send me a response, 402. It's like, hey, you gotta pay for that, right? And what it's going to do here is in the headers, it's gonna give me this bit of information. So here we can see we have a macaroon. And if I scroll down, we have an invoice. All right. So what we do then is we need both these pieces of information. We then go pay the invoice. You'd pay for my mildly amusing memes? Yes, I'm going to be testnet rich. There are a couple of mildly amusing ones, which will be up shortly. So you need, to do that, you need to have a wallet. This is all running on the testnet, so you need to have a testnet wallet or node that will show you the pre-image once payment is made. So then you make that payment and you use it. You take that pre-image and you create an LSAT. How you do that is you add it to, do I have this? Yep. You add this to the header of your request. You say authorization, LSAT, and then you put macaroon, pre-image. So we'll come back here. And now you can see that I have this ready. It's authorization, LSAT. And I think, can I expand this? There we go. You can see here's the macaroon. There's the colon right there, here. And then there's my pre-image. All right. So previously, the server had told me that payment required. And then I say, oh, okay, all right, I paid the invoice. I've created an LSAT. I'm going to send my request again. And ta-da, it sends me back this quote. LSATs are fun. For testnet wallets, I generally just use my own testnet node. Right? I have a testnet node, and so I'll just pay it on there. Because, you know, I'm playing with nodes all day anyhow, so for me, it's just easier to just log in there and pay it. There are a number of Lightning wallets that will let you do testnets. Make a payment on testnet. I'm not quite sure which ones will show you the pre-image, though. So if you have a testnet node, it's best to just use that, I would say, for this demo. All right, now the way this service is set up and the way my server is set up at the moment is that once you have this LSAT, this gives you access to any quote on any of the quotes, right? So I have different tiers of content. This one, I think I did actually set the price to 10 Satoshis, even though it's listed as 0 right there. When I do the memes, because they're memes and they're extra cool, I'll set the price at 20 testnet Satoshis. But we can check this out and see, okay, let's try quote number 2. And this LSAT should give us access to that quote as well. And ta-da, it does. So there's a nice quote from Satoshi. All right, cool. So the demo actually worked. That's awesome. Now, if anyone has any questions, we can do that. Otherwise, we'll dive into tools for working with LSATs. All right, cool. All right, so Aperture is the tool for the moment for working with LSATs. At least it's the one I used. This is the GitHub repo where you can download it. And this here is all the docs that will walk you through how to get it set up and how to get it running, how to configure it, etc. Here is the YAML file, which is handy to have a link to that example YAML file for configuration because it's full of comments. It'll just break down what everything will do for you. Also, this is a YouTube video that was created by Elle, one of the engineers at Lightning Labs who works on some of this stuff. And she created just a fabulous video that just shows you how to, just walks you through, gives you just a visual guide, someone walking you through setting up Aperture. I used it, that video, when setting up this little demo server, so I highly recommend that. All right, let us now walk through. I think what would be best is here is my server, and I am just going to show you how I set this up using these various tools. So I have one server that's just running that very, very basic WordPress site that I showed you that just, has the nice title and lists some instructions, and I'll add some, I'll make it slightly nicer looking and add some more instructions and, keep adding things to it as I go. But that's running on one server. And then I have this separate server, which is the subdomain, which is the, memes.innovativecommercegroup.com, right? So this is the server where I'm actually serving up the content and creating LSATs or macaroons and validating LSATs. So I can show you what's going on here. I'm just in, my home directory. I have Aperture running. This is just the little Aperture demo that Elle created that I'm using here, which just is a very, very simple content server just to serve up the moment quotes, and that's going to serve up memes shortly. But you can see I'm also running Bitcoin here, and I'm running LND here. So I have Bitcoin running because LND needs a back end, and I'm running LND. And what's really nice about Aperture is if you run it right alongside LND like this, they work together very, very well. Right? Aperture is the program that, is the gatekeeper, right? That, makes sure that delivers invoices to people to be paid, and then validates the LSATs when the request comes in. So Aperture requires LND so that it can generate invoices to give to people, and then LND, of course, requires a Bitcoin backend. So let's go through quickly and just look at my config file, which, there we go, hopefully is in a decent state. I think I took a lot of the comments out of it for my own readability, but again, I'm going to go, where's the exit button? There we go. If we just go to here, and let's open that up. So here's the full YAML file. You can see all kinds of great comments here that can walk you through how to set this up. But we'll look through mine. All right, so what I've done on this particular server is I've got Nginx running that's handling the requests that are coming in. I set up, a TLS cert so I can do HTTPS. It's handling all of that, and then Nginx is sending requests through to Aperture here. So what Aperture knows is it's just running on localhost at this port. This authenticator area here, this is settings for the LND node that we use to generate payment requests. So I'm just telling it, hey, LND is running on localhost here on this machine at this port. Here's where you get the TLS cert to talk to it. Here's where you get the macaroons, because LND also use macaroons to give people permissions to interact with it. So here's where you can get, an admin macaroon to do all the things you need to do. FYI, we're running on testnet. Cool. You have to use etcd just as a database on the background, and at the moment, the only service I have set up is just this quotes service. So this is, it's saying, hey, listen for requests coming in here. Any request that comes in that matches this path, right? This is just some regex. That is for this service. And, you know, we're charging 10 Satoshis for that. Here is how you go get that content. This little very, very simple content server is running on port 9000. Because, you know, Nginx has already handled, you know, HTTPS, you know, and that verification and whatnot, then this can just be HTTP, very simple. We don't need this in this particular setup. And then we can add constraints here. I think this is an expiration date added to the macaroon. So this is really a very, very simplistic setup, right? This is not like professional grade for any service that you'd want to run, but this is just gives you a very rough idea of how you could just set this up and get rolling to experiment with it yourself. And then, of course, if you really want to dig into it, you can see I'm going to add another service, you know, called memes for serving up the memes. You can set dynamic pricing or static pricing. There's all kinds of different things you can do here. And this file will walk you through the various different options for working with that. All right. So I think we have made it all the way to Q&A time. I also here will note that I have some additional resources. Okay, cool. I am ready for Q&A.
I think we're renaming Q&A time to waffle time. This is what we do at the end of most talks. We waffle a lot.
Let's waffle then.
Let's waffle. Let's waffle. All right. This is some super interesting stuff. LSATs. We went down the technical rabbit hole there, but I want to like draw us up a little bit, right? All right. So I saw one project called Satbox.tv, I think it's called, recently, and what's the guy's name? Chad Welch, right? So he actually he said that he might show up, so we might get like a little guest appearance here. Yeah.
Excellent.
But in the meantime, yeah. So okay, I'm gonna take another go through it down. I'm gonna waffle in another way now, so I can have him explain it because I think it's really cool. Yes, so with LSATs, it seems that you can also solve some problems, some UX problems where, you know, instead of doing payments for every piece of content or every request that you want to make, you can actually have that token represent multiple requests. Is that accurate?
Well, that's kind of what I've done here, is that you have to pay once to get access to the quotes, right? That's the current setup that I have here. And when I do the memes, I think it'll be the same. You'll have to pay 20 testnet Satoshis, and then you can get access to, you know, the whole tier of memes. Maybe I'll change it in the future. And you can with Aperture do some dynamic pricing and charge differently for you know, each different piece of content, or however you want to divvy it up. So you can really have a lot of control over how you want to do that. For me, it was just simplest here to be like, hey, you get an LSAT for quotes, and then you get an LSAT for memes. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So okay, so let's see. Aperture, you said it's mainly for testnet. Can you also use it for?
It's not mainly for testnet. You can absolutely use it on production as well, on mainnet.
Okay, because some folks might get like a little bit, you know, like our stack isn't like built so well for testnet, you know. It's you know, like where do you find a testnet wallet? Then where do you get a testnet faucet and stuff?
I know, and I think there's a lot of builders on Lightning. They're just like, I can test with really small amounts, so it's fine. I'll just do everything on mainnet, and I don't like that. I like to do things correctly on testnet. So I haven't built a testnet wallet, but I have like a nice testnet node that I maintain. So, you know, I try to support people building, you know, on testnet and then going to mainnet. In a sense.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But
So where can we get the testnet coins from, for example?
So there are testnet faucets that you can go to. I can't remember them offhand, but just go to, you know, a search engine and type in, you know, Bitcoin testnet faucet, and you'll find a number of different links, and people will be able to send you some, or, you know, just ping some people. You can always just DM me on Twitter and be like, Hannah, can I have a testnet coin? I'm like, sure. So, yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, yeah, so all right, so like applications of this now. I'm just gonna go into it, and Chad could expand afterwards, because I think this example is quite interesting. So I don't know if Ed's here as well. Ed, do you wanna come, because like I think you were streaming The Big Short earlier.
Nice. But I do have, maybe before they get on here, one thing that I would love is that what I demoed here is the server side of things, right? And I think it would be great to have a lot more tools sort of for the user side of things that would, you know, just create those LSATs for you, you know? Because right now it's like, it's clunky, right? I have to, okay, copy this out of my curl request and pay this, copy, paste, then create that. And it's not terribly difficult, right? You just make a payment, copy, paste, format, send the request again. But it's having more tools to just do this, you know, in a wallet, in a browser, that sort of stuff. I think that would be really awesome.
Okay, so the wallet would have to, be able to kind of like store that macaroon or that token for continued requests, right?
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, and it's a very small bit of data, so you would just have to grab that, you know, just be aware of that format. Okay, you know, it's 402 error code. Here's a macaroon, grab that, pay invoice, concatenate, store. Yeah. It's not terribly difficult, but yeah.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing that you mentioned, or I realized as well, is that you could start, like, you could share this token with someone else, but you're also saying if it has this identifier, someone could ban that token. I don't like that idea. I like the idea of like just being able to share that token around, because like maybe this gives me access.
Right? But it was noted because it's actually more difficult to blacklist someone or to ban someone using this architecture than it is with sort of the standard architecture we use now.
Fair. Yeah. Just for context for everyone else, Chad, so this is not scripted, this is not on the schedule or anything, but I thought, you know, hey, you know, this was a cool project. It got announced a couple days ago, Satbox.tv, the new update, and I'm gonna, let's get Chad to give us a little rundown of what
Chad's
that is.
Project here?
Yes, that's exactly, yeah.
Oh,
so we just got it right.
To talk about Satbox because I'm going to get it wrong. You can do a much better job.
Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, so I built Satbox, which is just like a jukebox, a lightning jukebox for the internet. It essentially plays YouTube videos to Twitch TV, and it has the Twitch chat room in there, so everyone could chat and play videos and watch them together. When I first implemented it, every time you wanted to add a video to the queue to be played, or if you wanted to like bump up the sats attached to a video to play, you'd have to scan another QR code, and the whole experience felt clunky and it didn't feel very interactive. So I was looking for a solution to make it more fluid and dynamic, and I found out about LSATs, and that was my solution, and it's been working pretty good so far. Yeah, my implementation is a little odd. I have this concept called credits. I'm sure everyone here has probably used a jukebox in the real world, so it feels a lot like that. You know, you put a $1 bill in the machine and you get like 4 credits, and you could pick a couple songs. So that's kind of how the LSATs work on mine. You
How'd you implement it? Are you using Aperture as well?
I actually looked into using Aperture, but when I first started, I was using a BOLT.FUN, and I just continued to use that. My implementation is a little weird and irregular, so Aperture, you know, they both have their features that they support right now and don't. So yeah, BOLT.FUN for now, and then LSAT.js on the front end to handle the LSATs.
Nice.
Yeah, Ed was recently, I think he tweeted out about it. Ed, you were doing some demos with Sandbox, no?
Yeah, I'm just trying to something actually in the background. So we'll see if people go to satbox.tv. Yeah, there we go. I don't know if anyone can see that, but I am currently streaming the rise and rise of Bitcoin, which is a pretty awesome documentary. Wait, I'll let me share my screen and then we can see it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
super awesome Lightning web app. I've actually been kind of obsessed for it for a while. During the last hackathon, actually, I think we kind of spoke about it a bit. But I really like these ideas of maybe doing like movie nights for Bitcoiners and stuff. Because I think version 1, if I'm right, Chad, like version 1, you could only play a video for like 5 minutes, right? Or a maximum of 5 minutes, and then it would skip to the next one in the queue. But I thought, how cool would it be if we could get a bunch of Bitcoiners together and play some like movie on YouTube, and then now that we can play it for like longer than 5 minutes, we can just keep topping it up using these LSAT credits. So yeah, super awesome project, and maybe just a really cool way to get some of the Bitcoin community together and spread a bit of love. But it's super easy to play around with. I mean, as you can see in the top right-hand corner, all you have to do is just click buy credits, and then it'll ask you how many you want to buy, and it's like one credit per sat, so you can just buy like 20 credits or something like that. You then go to the add to queue, and you find like a URL, like a YouTube URL, put it in there, like type in how many credits you want to like attach to the video, and then you basically add it to the queue. So it's like super easy to use, and I guess like the more credits you put on your video, like the higher it skips up the queue. So yeah, just a really fun way to play around with it. I think a really nice way for people to just like kind of play around with like maybe one of their first interactions. It was really easy to use my WebLN wallet. I used Alby to pay for it, but I think it also supports does it also support LN URL? I could like scan to pay as well, right?
Right now it's just the standard BOLT.11 invoice. I haven't added anything additional to that, but maybe for this hackathon, I was thinking of adding the WebLN support, so you don't even have to scan the QR code. You could just buy credits and use them.
Cool.
Yeah, I was just attempting to stream this stream in Sandbox. I
tried to do that as well, but it doesn't support live videos.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah. That's something I want to add now that you could continue the video, because I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. So here we have these credits, right? And you've kind of like deposited like this 100 sats and stuff like that. But sorry, this 23 sats, because one sat equal 1 credit, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So I think one of the things that I have, like one pattern that I have not been too fond of is the aspect of like depositing and like getting funds custodied into a service, right? So there's some, like for example, I'm trying out like Lightning Roulette and stuff, and I have to like deposit, and then like I get those back and stuff like that. It just felt kind of, yeah, I'm losing custody. But I mean, I might warm up to the idea of these LSAT tokens, which I can share with someone else, right? So if it's possible, for example, for Ed to like expose that token to me, and then sorry, for the website to expose that token, and then allow me to then utilize it as well. Then we're kind of like, you're sharing a Netflix account or something, right? Like in this kind of way. What do you think about that, Hannah?
Just to be able to get to access to something and then share it with others. I think that there's probably all kinds of businesses that will be built up around that I'm not quite envisioning yet at the moment. I could definitely see that happening. But no, it's also really cool just because think about like how we all do, probably all have a shared Netflix account or Amazon Prime account, of all kinds of different varieties. So it's kind of, we do tend to like just share services in our little communities and families. I think that's something that's just very natural. So to be able to do that maybe a bit more specifically with a bit more fine-grained control would be really awesome.
That's interesting. You said there's a bunch of stuff that could come out of that. I guess one of it could be a marketplace, right? Because there are these like gift card marketplaces, for instance,
yeah.
Right? And yeah, like if we start looking at things like Paxful and these Bot Cash Me and stuff like this, these peer-to-peer exchanges, we can maybe this could be like a new format for this gift card business. And that whole gift card industry is like super weird and interesting. How people kind of like use it as this. It's super wild. People are using gift cards basically as currency and for cross-border payments. And in some places or in some platforms like Paxful, it allows you to kind of like sell those gift cards for Bitcoin, which is like super
for
wild.
cross-border payments is probably a superior medium of exchange, right? You're not going to get your money caught in a bank for a bank wire for a week. So, yeah.
But one of the issues is like you can't cryptographically prove them, right?
Right.
So that's kind of like one of the issues there. Chad, what do you think about like implementing this kind of feature of sharing the LSAT? How do you think that would function on the user experience side?
Yeah, so I put a little bit of thought into this. Actually, on the website right now, if you click on the little section that displays your credits, I added a feature to save your current LSAT, and it just copies the LSAT into your clipboard, so you can paste it anywhere you want. And then there's also a little input to load a LSAT. So it's a little difficult because really you have one LSAT token that has a corresponding amount of credits that are saved on the server. So you kind of get into the account versus like UTXO model when you talk about these LSAT tokens. So the way I did it, just for simplicity in the first implementation, is you can load a second LSAT token. Like I posted one in the chat on the stream. If you load it in, it will just take whatever credits are available with that token, and it just applies those credits to your current LSAT that's stored in your browser cookies. That was just the simplest way for now. I didn't want to make it too confusing, but you can share and load them as is today. And I think that's one of the cool features of the LSATs.
Do you have any advice for makers and stuff in the community now who might want to like get some of this implemented? And like, what other fun kind of ideas? Like, if you didn't build Sandbox, share some of your ideas for everyone else.
I would just say the tools are all there. It's not that difficult. I'm definitely not a pro. I'm not a web developer or anything professionally, and I was able to build this. So it's definitely doable, and there's like a lot of things you could build. As far as ideas, I guess I could share something that at least I'm working on right now, something new that I think would be fun. It's very similar to Satbox as it is now. And if any of you guys have ever seen it, but there's this stream called Twitch Plays Pokemon, where you could the viewers can control one single instance of a Game Boy, and they try to beat the game by inputting chat commands. I'm just going to build the same thing where just like Satbox, you have a queue of videos, you just have a queue of moves, and everyone would try to come together and control the character. Try to beat the game, but it'd be using LSAT tokens, and yeah.
We were talking about like messaging and stuff before. Like, are you messaging the website, or is it like peer-to-peer messaging?
Wait, can you expand on that?
So like those commands are basically some kind of message, right?
Yeah.
And do they get sent to like the other pairs, or do they get sent to like the central server?
Oh yeah. It's just all regular client server communication. So when you go to, on Sapbox, you go to add a video, it's just like any regular communication on like a standard website, except you have that LSAT token as the cookie that's passed in the request. So if you've built any regular website, it operates exactly the same. There's nothing really that fancy going on, at least in my implementation.
Okay, we had an ideas contest on the BOLT.FUN Twitter last week, and someone suggested using LSATs for this Noster relay. Hannah, do you know about this thing called Noster?
I do.
Yeah. What does that mean, and like why would someone want to use it for like this relay thing?
No,
like,
I love this idea, right? So I'm a bit like one-dimensional with LSAT sometimes, where I'm just fixated on this idea that we like need to improve how we do content on the internet. And with Noster, it's the idea is you can do this content relay, and some people are thinking about using it, in decentralized forms of social media, etc. And you'd be able to, pay for perhaps content producers for content via that. And I'm quite convinced that these two concepts are going to come together, and we're going to have something resembling, this decentralized content server, whether it's Noster or something similar to that, get mixed together with an LSAT or something very similar to that, to come together to really change how we do. I really hope change how we do content on the internet, and maybe even social media, which would be really interesting. And there's just, we could spend a whole hour just talking about incentives and interaction, and but I think these tools, right, these access tokens, lightning payments, decentralized content, like these are just amazing tools that I think are going to reshape how we interact online in the future.
Yeah, and one of those things is for like with the Noster relay example, or just like any API stuff, it's for spam prevention, right? So one of the issues that you want to like kind of address with like if you're creating a social network or like a user contributed website is that how do you prevent spam, right? So if you
have to buy an LSAT that lets you comment on something,
exactly.
Like there's tons of different ways to do it, but yeah.
Yeah, it could be like a basic like invoice payment for every single like a BOLT.11 invoice payment for every single like action. Or if you want to kind of like bulk certain actions together for like because you don't want to do like individual payments, whether they take too long or whether they like you want to offer like a better deal than 1 Satoshi. So 1 Satoshi could equal to like 1 million requests. And that's still an amount of money, right? You could choose how much kind of like requests you want to make, or how much access, or how much time even. But then what this is that, the users of your application are they got to pay for it. So if they got to pay for it, then you still end up benefiting, because if they do want to put spam, then you could like either raise your rates still or whatever. But at the end of the day, you're still making money, right? Your service is still making money. And then we start thinking about like, okay, like, I don't want to use this service anymore. For instance, yeah, this I'm not gonna go on my cow milking rant again. I did that last time. I'm not gonna go. Chad,
I like it now. I remember that one now. Yeah.
You should have been here, Chad.
Oh, I heard that one. It was good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This is all Roy, and I love it. But yeah, like I got a Netflix account, and I'm just trying to chill. I'm just by myself, right? But like sometimes I'm not chilling, and I just want to see like I don't want it to be, I don't want to be paying 10, 15. How much is it now? Like $15 a month? I don't need to pay for that. I watch like, you know, like 5 movies or something, you know? So like, yeah, this is, so what I would like to do is like, hey, does someone want to buy my LSAT token, right? You know, you get access to Netflix when I'm not using it.
Service, but I'm not going to be using it today. You know, you can use it.
Or ever again. Or ever again. And then boom, I put it down in the marketplace, LSAT marketplace. Let's go. Oh, hold on. It's
There
not
we go.
working.
I like it.
Eddie, it's not working. No.
Oh, you're trying to. Oh,
there
There it goes.
All right, guys. Any final words? Anything you guys wanna plug, show, talk about? We've been waffling for a while.
Nah, I'll just plug the docs again, docs.lightning.engineering. If people want to dig in more to this stuff, so tons of resources there.
Chad, thank you so much for like just like popping up into this. Really appreciate it. Are you gonna be hacking this weekend, by the way?
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm actually going to be on a short vacation, but I'm going to see if I could hook up WebLN into Satbox while I'm out.
Well, you know, hey, listen, once you're having fun, vacation or thing, I'm like, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but this weekend's kind of awesome.
But I'll be around. I'll be around.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Barefoot 88, what's up? Hey, by the way, guys, so this is almost the end of the stream. We've been going for 7.5 hours almost. And I want to give a big shout out to Barefoot 88, aka Ed Pratt of the Peak Shift crew. Thank you. Like, he's been working mad behind the scenes, all the planning. This has taken like us like more than a month, you know, a couple months at least since the last one. We took some time off after the last one, and we've pretty much been like working to build out the platform for you guys. It's just the beginning. We're really small right now. We're going to be repurposing some of this content because you guys, like all you speakers and stuff, have just been like dropping like some bangers. And yeah, it's like this. Yeah, this is like such valuable information. We're going to be having 3 more Shock the Webs, 1 this fall. Crazy, it's crazy. I don't know. Another 1 this fall. We're going to have 1 in El Salvador as adopting Bitcoin. And then we're going to have 1 in the winter. I guess we're going to figure out that winter one because Christmas, vacation, obviously we don't want it. But big shout out to Ed. Thank you so much for, you know, keeping all this running. Shout out to StreamYard. You're not sponsoring us, but you made our life more easy this time. And I need food.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you guys so much for coming along. Hannah, just quickly, if people need any help with this LSAT stuff over the weekend, is there a way to reach out to you? What's the easiest way for people to get in touch? Or if you would like to help people out, like it's not mandatory.
No, and then also there's a great Slack channel. I should have put that up on there. Just for LND, you know, has a great Slack channel, and I think there's an LSATs channel on there, on that Slack group. So I would check that out as well. I'll tweet it. I'll tweet the links for it. Yeah.
They're very helpful. Check them out.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, guys. Well, yeah, thank you so much, and can't wait to see what people hack together this weekend. It's been a pretty awesome first day, and what a better way to round it off.
Thank you. See ya.
No, it's not working. Go. Oh man.
All right.
Ed, I guess you're gonna be getting some sleep now because it's hella late by you.
Just about. It's just gone 3 a.m. So we'll see.
Man. Damn man.
I've been
Thank you so
been
much
on the
again.
water, been hydrating. Big love. Yeah, thanks so much as well to everyone that's been watching along. We've had like a solid amount of people tuning in all day for like the last 7.5 hours. So just also want to say a big thanks to everyone that's actually been like watching the stream and taking part in these workshops. I guess it's now time for hacking, right? I guess we can cut that cord. So maybe before we jump off, we can just give a little rundown of like what people can kind of get stuck into over the weekend. So as soon as we finish this broadcast, obviously it's live on YouTube now, but it's then going to be uploaded to our BOLT.FUN channel. So if anyone is wants to catch up on any of the talks that were earlier in the day, or there are a few people that caught the earlier ones, but they're going to catch up later. These are obviously available for you guys to rewatch and just replay over and over. There are also going to be a bunch of mentors in the Discord. So if you're not already in there, obviously please go ahead and jump in there in the Discord. And hopefully there will be a lot of people to help you out in there. I think Evan's in there for LNC Web. I think we've got some Galloy people in there. I think Super Testnet's now in there. Rene, Moritz, a bunch of the WebLN guys. So if you need help, just drop a line in there. There is a Get Help channel. And yeah, just really looking forward to seeing what comes out of this weekend. If you're looking for teams, hop in team building. If you're still forming your ideas, maybe brainstorming them in the ideas channel. Feel free to create your own threads as well for your teams and stuff like that. I guess we're still kind of figuring out all of the Discord stuff, but yeah, I'm pumped. Today's got me really excited. So yeah, thank you. And yeah, as John's just put up there, big shout out to Folger Ventures as well, who are sponsoring all of the prizes for this hackathon. So yeah, big thanks to them. Looking forward to Oleg being one of the judges on Sunday. And also, you know, goes without saying as well, thank you so much to all of the speakers. We wouldn't really be able to put this on without you guys as well, without some of that lightning love. So yeah, thank you to everyone who took part today. Really, really appreciate it. And yeah, looking forward to it. Johns, any last words from you before we sign off?
The waffle is strong. The waffle is strong. If you don't know what to say, we'll find something too.
We're good at this now.
No, big love, everybody. Big love. Have fun, do it together, and happy hacking. Let's make some awesome stuff. Let's go, baby.
All right, let's go. We'll catch you next time, guys.
Take care, guys.